Hello everyone, I'm Caroline and it's Halloween very, very soon. Oh, I can't wait. I love decorating for any season of the year and I've got a lot of Halloween decorations here for you. Many, simple, easy and fast. I've put some new ones in amongst a compilation of my other Halloween videos, and also I have included Dark Academia because Dark Academia, Halloween, they're pretty much the same sort of thing. So whether you've got young children and you want happy, funny decorations, or whether you want something a little bit more grown up, a little bit more serious, then this is the video for you. Right, no time for chatting. Let's get on with crafting. For this next project, I'm going to use this tray. It's a bit grubby. I picked it up from the charity shop for about 50p a pound. I never pay a lot. There's 2 toilet roll tubes, a pair of monster slippers for 99p, and some paper that I printed off. I got the image from pixabay.com and then printed it off onto a little piece of copier paper. I don't want blue slippers, I want green ones. So I'm going to paint this. I tried this out on the other one. I'll show you. It came out pretty good. That looks nicely green. If you open it up, you can see there's blue. If you wanted to, you can spend hours making sure all that's full, but I think it almost adds a little bit of interest places where it does crease. I'm going to use this cadmium green hue opaque from Studio Acrylic and a brush, and I'm just going to paint my slipper. Sounds a bit crazy, but it really works. You really need to work the paint into the fur. Otherwise, it really doesn't go very far at all, and then the blue really does stand out. It's still not too time-consuming a job, though. I reckon 5 minutes, and you'll get the whole slipper painted. Perhaps 10 if you're going to be a little bit more thorough than me. So I've finished painting my boots. I've left the tops because I didn't want to waste paint. This is going to be under the table. Nobody's going to see it. Next, I need to tackle the tray. Now on the tray, to cover the fact it's so badly marked, I'm just going to use some scrunched up tissue paper and just dab on a pattern. Nothing in particular. It's not really supposed to be scales or anything. It's just green, a bit monsterish. This is very therapeutic and such a lot of fun. There we go. I think that's done a good job. I've definitely done a good job of painting my hands. And while it's drying, we'll get out our back legs. And this is why I've got some scales, and I'm going to use some Aleene's tacky glue and cover 2 toilet roll tubes. If you struggle like me to be neat, then always make sure your neatest edge is on the bottom. Make sure that one's straight, and then it doesn't really matter what goes on at the top, because those will be at the top and the bit you'll see will be the bits at the bottom. If you can't get a printable or you can't find something you like, you can always check out things like carrier bags or bags for life in some of the shops like Hobby Lobby, Hobby Craft, because they've got some good images on those and you may find one you like. So I'm going to use some Scotch glue. Stick that to the bottom of my tray. If you want to reuse this every year, I would recommend at this point you put some spray varnish or some sort of sealant on this, because it's just printing. It could get damaged when treats are being put on here. It could get damaged in storage, or if it gets damp, it's going to smudge it a little bit. So I would recommend that, but I'm not going to do it at the moment because I want to get on with this craft. I'm going to get my board out because this one slipper is still rather wet. So the first thing to do is to glue on your back legs. So make sure you've got the front and back facing the way you want them. And I'm going to glue these legs into place on the tray. And when you're doing this, it's a good idea to focus and make sure you get your legs the right way up, which I didn't, and I glued the bit that is not supposed to be sticking to the tray. So when it cools a little, I'll peel all that hot glue back off. Lots of hot glue and glue the slipper area into this corner here. So now you've got a lovely child's treat tray for all the things they receive when they're out trick-and-treating. I'm going to let this dry. As you can see, it's still a bit wet. And we'll see what this looks like up on my display. For this quick and easy craft, I'm going to use this picture frame, this plastic placemat, this wooden decoration from Hobbycraft. It cost £1, I thought was quite reasonable, and some wooden letters. If you can get a frame that's exactly the right colour, that's perfect. I couldn't, so I'm just going to have to paint this black, and then you've got to add on the drying time. So it's quick and easy, but you have to allow that. The paint does take a little longer to dry. I'm hoping to do this in one coat because somebody has already painted this into a midnight blue colour, so it's not far off black. And I may even get away with little bits of midnight blue showing through. While the frame's drying, I'm going to paint this black too. I'm going to paint these wooden letters. Lay them down in reverse onto your desk and then stick some masking tape to hold them together. Pick them up, and now they are so much easier to paint. Now I'm going to place this centrally up. So I've marked top and bottom so I know where halfway is, so I can put my line coming down there, glue down the middle, and then glue the edges, and then glue the other side into place. Now everything is dry, well, almost dry, but we won't mention that. Now that the pumpkin is dry, we'll glue that into position, and next we're going to glue our boo. I didn't have an exclamation mark, so as you can see here, I just cut the bottom off the eye, moved it down a bit, and called it a dot. I'm going to take some burlap ribbon, make a bow, just because I love a bow, any excuse. Glue the bow to the bottom of the picture, and then cover the pipe cleaner with a spider. Ooh, scary. I think this is bright, cheerful, and not too scary. So let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. For this quick and easy craft, I'm going to use this 6 packs of skulls for £1 from What? And I'm only going to use 3 of them. I've got this wood round. I'm going to glue the skulls like that so that the jaws are coming off the end of the wood round. In the gaps, I'm going to add some moss. I've got this little lantern for putting a tea light in. I'm going to glue this to the skulls. And then add more moss in the gap here. And then cover as much wood round as you can. Unless you want to show wood round, in which case don't. I thought I'd cover lots of it up. So it looks like it's on a pile of rock with some moss on, that sort of thing. I glue this little wooden owl onto the front. There. And I think I'm going to take that off, put some more owls on, so that I can put this at an angle and it'll still look good. Right, let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. this Halloween craft has got a lot of components. I'll show you them. The first few are not pretty. I've got this cauldron. It's actually a saucepan that I found. And you can see it's in pretty grim condition. There's lots of rust inside I can't clean out. Rust all over the outside. But that is going to be perfect for what I'm going to use it for. When I bought some pillows, this was in it. So I decided to keep it in case it came in handy. I've wrapped it all up with a little bit of masking tape. I'm going to put it in the bottom of my cauldron and set that to one side. I bought loads of balls from a ball pit, 2 separate lots, and it's great because you don't always have to colour them. These are already in the colour I wanted, purples and whites, a set of lights and a green marker, a teddy bear, and an outfit I picked up from a car boot sale for £1, and it's one of the Bear Factory little wizardy outfits. And this, it's the remains of a back scratcher. I've already cut the end off to use for something else. As you can see, these lights are white. I'm going to take my neon marker from Letraset and I'm going to colour in all the light bulbs. You may be able to find a set of these bulbs that are green. I couldn't, so this will do the job. So now when we turn these lights on, they're green. Now to work on Teddy. So I'm going to cut his scarf off. It's just stitched on, so he won't feel a thing. So now it's time to dress Teddy up in his wizard outfit. I think he's going to look super cute. It's not quite the right fit, but it doesn't matter because a wizard outfit is hardly figure hugging. He'll be fine. Now I'm not quite sure how this hat is supposed to fit on, so I'm going to adapt it by chopping off the elastic and glue it on at a jaunty angle. I do love a jaunty angle. Bring my cauldron back and I'm going to fill it with a bubbling potion. And the best way to make a bubbling potion is with pool balls. When a few pool balls are in, I'm going to pop the lights in and hot glue the switch onto the side of the cauldron and then top up with balls. Now I take some yellow pipe cleaners. You haven't got to use yellow. I thought the yellow was a nice contrast with the purples. Wrap them round a pen, stretch them out, pop a bit of hot glue in and put them in like that. So that's our bubbling cauldron of potion. Now we just need to fix our bear. To fix our bear, I'm going to glue his hand with hot glue to the cauldron handle. Come over here. There's not a lot of room here. I'm going to pop some hot glue onto the bottom of the wand and pop it onto a little wooden round. Trying not to get hot glue everywhere and failing miserably, because otherwise you're not really going to get a very good grip. Then stand Teddy up to the height you need him to be, but he looks as if he's looking into his cauldron. His legs are in the right position, and then glue his hand to the wand. And now you can see Teddy is stood up by his bubbling cauldron and it looks like he's supporting himself, but he isn't. Right, let's go have a look, see what this looks like up on my display. Just a few seconds to say that if you're finding this video at all useful, then please give me a thumbs up and why not subscribe, because I put out a video like this every week. Right, back to crafting. For this craft I'm going to use this tinsel I got from the range. I'm going to use this old wreath base, ribbon from the range, and some black and purple leaves, and a bag of spiders, as you do. Also, at the end of making this, there will be a little bit of help from somebody to hold this in place. I'm going to start by wrapping the wreath with tinsel. Just to give you an idea, this strip was 1.4 meters long, and you can see it's done that much. So if you wanted to go right the way around, you would need to. Now I'm going to open up these Halloween leaves. It doesn't say how many are in this packet, so we'll find out as we go along. Now I'm going to glue them in place to a way that looks pleasing to my eye. There's no right or wrong here. You can do a rosette, you can just put them on really haphazardly, you can put all of one colour, completely up to you. You can even make one of these wreaths really pretty or really spooky, depending on what you fancy. You know me, I do think I need a bow, so I'll make a bow. I'm going to put this little bit of ribbon around using hot glue to hide the pipe cleaner, and hot glue it into place at the top of the wreath. And I'm going to add a little bit of extra hot glue underneath the bottom tails just to give it an extra bit of support. I think I could get hot glue everywhere if I wasn't using a hot glue gun. Look at this. Then take one of these spider rings, I've cut the ring off the back, and just glue that in the centre. And now I need some help to hold this wreath up. And I'm going to use this chap here. He's very helpful. I'm going to put him holding the wreath like that, using hot glue. Surprise, surprise. And now a little secret, he isn't really going to be holding the wreath up, so we put a hanger on the back, which I'll have to do off camera because he's so large now I could never manage on my desk. Right, let's have a look and see what this crazy wreath looks like up on my display. For this craft, I'm going to use an old bottle and an old sheet I've torn up into 2-inch-ish strips. It doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be accurate. And here are some I've already marked with a little bit of ink. So I'll show you how quick and easy that is. And this just, you haven't got to do this. You can have a gleaming white bandage if you like, but I fancied a bit of dirtiness and age on it. So it's really quick to do. Just run your ink pad up like that, or you could coffee dye it if you wanted it all solid brown. It's up to you. So now I'm going to use this rope. This is an 8mm rope, and double width like that should be fine. Put some glue on it, poke it into the bottle like that. You want to wrap the bottle completely in bandages. I'm going to start by putting a blob of glue in the middle there, put the bandage in, and then come around the top. This angle was a nuisance, so I decided to carry on and then come back and finish it off later. Now I take 2 ping pong balls, 1 neon green marker. You can use any pen for this really, any felt pen. You could use paint if you want to do, or little stick-on eyeballs. Draw a circle on the centre of both of them, roughly the same size. I suppose you could do alternate sizes, a big one and a little one if you wanted to. It'd look fine. The more weird, the better. I'm going to draw a pupil in the middle. Then get your pokey thing. Make a hole in the back of the ping pong ball. That's just to let some air out. And I'm putting some clean cloth over the top. Make sure the eyeball's facing up and give it a bit of a push. Making sure this part of your hand is rounded, otherwise you'll flatten the front instead of the back. There we go, that's one done. And for some reason I can't dent the back of that one. Look, that was dented nicely and that one won't go. So I'm going to put them on like that. I think it'll be just as much fun. I'm going to glue the one eye on. It's got a nice flat back. Glue the one without the flat back to the one with the flat back. Now don't panic, it's going to get better. At the moment it looks rather suspect. Now I'm going to draw a line of Aileen's tacky glue. I've got these little beads and I'm going to put these in a row like teeth. And now we're going to start wrapping again. Not in a musical form, unless you want to. You can wrap away as you're wrapping away if you want to. Wrap around the eyeballs, carefully leaving the coloured bit showing, and use a little bit of hot glue to just stick it where you need it to stay, because otherwise it's just going to fall back off again. Then do the same thing, but this time just exposing the teeth. And now I'm just going to dab a little bit more brown where I think there's not enough, picking up on the creases and folds. And now we've got our silly, crazy, creepy, but a bit fun Halloween bottle. Let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. For this quick and easy craft, you need a scruffy piece of wood. Any base will do, but I fancied a scruffy piece of wood. It's perfect. If you can find some driftwood on the beach, that'll be brilliant. I've got a lollipop stick from a Magnum, and I just got to chop the end off this. Then cut a 2-inch piece of lollipop stick. Glue the short bit of stick to the longer one. I got these from when we had a lollipop, but if you can't get those, just a standard stick will do fine. I've made another one, and I got this, which I'm going to use as a tombstone. I've just written some things on these to make them identifiable as gravestones, and now I'm going to glue them to my piece of scrap wood. So you can take as much time over these as you want to. You can paint these up. You can make them more decorative. You can get some downloads of gravestones, and then you can actually put that onto bits of wood. These are supposed to be for fitting loose covers onto sofas and chairs. I got them for £1 a pack of 8, so I thought I'm sure I can do something with those. Cut them into 3 and then round off the tops. If you can't get hold of these, you can use packing peanuts. There is one issue with packing peanuts, which I'll show you. When it comes to drawing the faces, because they're made of like a potato starch, I think, the ink will melt away some of your packing peanut. But as long as you allow for that and you know what's going to happen, it's not too bad. If anything, it can add a little bit of interest where it's 3-dimensional. If I show you there, you can see the ink eaten in. And I'm going to make this into a happy one. I'm not a fan of scary Halloween crafts. I like them to be quite happy and smiley. There. But now if I do the same thing with these, there's no eating away of the fibre of it because it's just plastic. And now to glue this army of cute little ghosts on this side. Just to add a little bit more Halloweenish look, I'm going to add a couple of little spiders. Why not? That's a lovely, quick and easy thing to make, and the whole family can join in because they can all add their own little personal touches on the little ghosts and give them personalities. So let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. Next quick and easy craft, I'm going to use this Christmas tree. I picked this up in Hobbycraft after Christmas for £1. Remove the wood round from the bottom. This is going to be like a dropper wreath. It's going to go flat against the door unlike a Christmas tree, so we won't need to open up the backs of the branches, but we will open up all the branches round to the front. This will make a really bushy tree as well because there are just enough to get away with branches all the way round. If you're just going to be putting them to the front, there'll be plenty. Before we go any further, attach a hanger to the back and then we can forget about it, because otherwise we'll have a lovely front to the tree and then we'll have to spoil it by putting it face down to get this hanger on. Don't worry about that being ugly, that's going to be covered up. I've got a selection of decorations and ribbons here. I'm going to take the ribbons and cut myself some 8-inch pieces, fold them in half, pinch them together and wrap them with some wire. Do that with a variety of ribbons. You may think, oh, I haven't got hand problems, so I'm not going to use pliers to tighten these wires. But after you've done a few, you will get very sore hands, probably. So I would recommend you use pliers to twist the wire every time. So let's bring our tree back in and have a look at where we're going to put things. I've got 3 skulls, so I'm going to spread those. Let's have a look where they look nice. Perhaps nice isn't the word. And now start wiring in your ribbons. Now, some people like to put all the ribbons in first. I like to put something a little bit more organised, like I know where these major features of the skulls are going, and it just gives me a better idea of where to put the bows, or the half bows. Now I'm going to take this deco mesh, make a little loop with some wire, thread it through the tree from one side to the other, all the way to the bottom, and occasionally you can make another little loop with some more wire. Wire that into place before you carry on. Now I'm going to take some of these spider rings. I would imagine you can pick these up at the Dollar Tree and places like that. I got them from the range here in the UK. And I'm just going to stick these anywhere that looks a little bare, or anywhere that needs something hidden. Because this isn't very deep, it's difficult to hide the little tails on these bows, so you can stick a spider over it. If you have more Halloween decorations, then you can absolutely plaster this with them. You can put as many on as you like. There are no rules. I like a full wreath, but you may like a simple wreath. Using my Distress Oxide stamp in Hickory Smoke, I'm just going to cover roughly over this skull, just to give it a little bit of a different look, to lift it a little bit so it doesn't look like just a plain polystyrene skull. Put that aside to dry, and we need a bow. You know me, I can't resist an excuse for a bow. I wire the bow to the wreath because it's going to be quite heavy for the wreath to actually support and could get bumped off. And then I'm going to cover the wire and the pipe cleaner with a little purple leaf, just because I think it looks cute. Then we're going to get our head, which definitely gives this the Halloween look. Make the hole first by pushing it on. Take it back off and pop a little bit of hot glue up inside the hole. Push it on and hold it in place. Now we'll neaten up our bows, cut the ends. This is so flamboyant, I think we'll dovetail it. And look at that, for a Halloween wreath. Let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. For this quick and easy Halloween craft, I've got this light. I picked this up from the car boot sale. If you turn it on, it changes colour, and I thought that would be perfect for making a Halloween ghost. I've cut out some sticky bark plastic eyes and scary mouth. Stick them onto the lamp. Now if you can't get a lamp like this, you can buy any sort of lamp. You can even use a jam jar on a riser and put some little lights in there, one of these pound shop sets of lights. I've used this foam, cut it in half and using it as arms for my ghost. A little bit of hot glue to hold them in place. Then get this tatty cloth. I think I'm going to shred it a bit more. It's not tatty enough for me. Pop it over the head of my ghost. Using some white cotton, I'm just going to tie a little bit of tension around the neck, not too tight. And I've got a piece of tulle lace right over the top. But I'm not going to tie this into place. I'm just going to let this flop where it lands. I'm just going to make sure there's only a single layer over the eyes and the mouth. Well, that was nice and fast. Let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. This quick and easy Halloween craft, I'm going to take one embroidery hoop, a scrap of white fabric, a piece of a tree, some black and purple leaves, various ribbons, and an owl. Take the outer hoop off. If ever you wondered, this is how you loosen and tighten the hoop. So you loosen it up, take it off the inner hoop. I'm going to lay this fabric onto my inner hoop and then pop on the outer hoop. Tighten it up using the screw. Give it a gentle tug, not too hard, otherwise you'll get ripples in your fabric, but give it a gentle tug just before your hoop is fully tight. And now trim off all the excess on the inside. If you're using a shiny or sheer fabric that's a little bit slippery, then I would recommend you just run a layer of hot glue now around there to hold it in place. But I'm not going to do that because I think this will be fine. This is just a cotton bed sheet, so plenty of gripping power there. I'm going to turn this around so that the screw is at the bottom. It'll get hidden then. Then take some leaves in your chosen Halloween colour and start gluing them into place all around the outside. And now just work your way around to the top either way. You can't put them all facing the same direction, but I like to come up either side individually. I just think it gives it a nicer look. If you're not sure you've got enough leaves, then Work your way equally around both sides, and then you can always leave a gap at the top and fill it with something. Next, I glue on my little bit of tree and then put the owl sat on the branch. Now I'm going to make a shabby bow for the bottom. Put one length of ribbon running vertically, then create a 3-armed cross across the middle, pointing one way, then pointing the other, and just keep building up different bits and pieces of ribbon. Then take your vertical ribbon, tie it in a knot, and a little bit of floofing to get your bow looking extra shabby. This is also much more effective if you use floppy ribbon or floppy fabric. This is a little bit too stiff, but not stiff enough. I can't make it hold into place because it's got no wire, but it won't naturally flop. So that's the best it'll do with that ribbon. I'm happy with that though. And I'm just going to glue with this underneath the branch to finish it off. This is optional. If you don't want anything too floofy, then just leave your branch. As it is, I think it's fine. Now I'm going to use some of this for a hanger. And there we've got another quick and easy Halloween decoration. Right, let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. I'm going to make a start with this. It's a cauldron. I had this from my favourite charity shop. Oops, I better put my light on. That's better. I had this from my favourite charity shop that puts all the bits and pieces that they can't sell in a tub and say, please take them. So I usually have a rummage and I found this. Now it doesn't work. I think it's supposed to do something, steam or something comes out of it, but it's never worked, never will do, so I'm going to convert it into something else. And I'm also going to use some of these pumpkins and some pool balls. Now, I need to paint these all black. This is going to take a long time, so I'm going to turn the camera off and I'll get back to you when it's all done. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I reckon it'll be at least a 1 cup of coffee job and possibly 2. Right, see you in a bit. So this is several days later. Now, I decided to use blackboard paint on this plastic. If you remember, I didn't rub it down or anything, and it didn't work as well as I thought. It took, well, this is the 3rd day now. It's starting to feel almost dry. It's still a little bit tacky, so I didn't even bother put a second coat on. You can see there are lots of bits that have got bits showing through, but I'm not going to worry about that. For the purpose of this video, you'll get the idea. So the next thing I want to do is to give this a little bit of a coating. 2 reasons. 1, it will sort of seal in any tackiness. And 2, it looks a bit boring like that. I don't want to put gold on it. I think gold or something like that would look a little bit, I don't know, not the way I want it to look. So I'm going for this Rust-Oleum Furniture Finishing Wax in white. So I'm just going to go over this and then rub it off. And you'll see what I mean then about it'll bring out the relief. It'll just, well, as I say, it'll take all the tackiness away, and also it'll just give it that little bit of extra interest and an aged sort of look. So this is now the effect I'm left with. And actually, I don't mind these little bits showing through, but I can really see if you want to make one for yourself, you'll need that second coat. It's just that for me, life was too short because I'd used the wrong paint. Use a chalk paint. It'll dry in no time at all. Don't use blackboard paint. Right. Now, if you think, oh, I really want to make that, but I haven't got any sort of access to a cauldron like that, then don't worry. All you got to do is pop on eBay and just look for something cauldron shaped. Somebody may be selling an old pan that looks like a cauldron. You may find a cauldron planter. Even this toy, somebody could be selling it as a spare for £1 or 2, and you pick up a real bargain. Now, when I was doing this, I also did the balls. You can see I had trouble with these as well. Certain bits really didn't coat well, but I wasn't going to take my time with another coat. So I got those and the pumpkins. As I was touching them, it was just coming straight back off. I'm going to put something on the front. Now, the options were something really silly like this. It's a shuttlecock. I picked this up for 5 or 10p. I can take the head off, cut it in half and put it on, but I don't think that's the look I want. I've got this glass star. I can put that on. I'm torn between that and, if you don't like spiders, look away now, even though this is only a furry pretend one. Can't hurt you. It's just a piece of plastic with lots of bits of furry material and glitter on. There we go, look at that. Completely dead, won't hurt you at all. So I can put that on. Now, I'm thinking that looks spookier, and because I'm using these, which are not really a grown-up decoration, then it's got a little bit of whimsy to it. I think that would look better. What do you think? Let me know in the comment. Would you have gone with the spider or the star? I think the star makes it look more like a cauldron, but I like the spider, so I'm going to stick the spider on. So now I've got some of this. It's like a cobweb. It doesn't look very good when you start, but the more you stretch it, the better it looks. So now I want to fill the cauldron up with these black things, but before I do, I'm going to pop in some lights. So I'll put them in the bottom, like that. Now I've pushed all my cobwebs in. Never mind. Put that down the back there. And I always find it's a clever idea to put a little blob of glue on the back of whatever you're using and glue the battery box to it. I'll do it that way because it's easy enough to pull back off, but then you don't have it dangling. Oh, I made a right mess of that. Never mind. It'll be fine when we finished. Now top it up with the last of my big balls, like that, and then put my pumpkins on. And then the last little bit of this over the top. If you haven't got any of this, you can just poke little bits of cotton wool in, anything like that, just to make it look as if there's steam coming off. And I'm going to glue him. Well, I can either glue him or put him on there. What should we do? Let's have a little look. Oh, he's sticking to the cobwebs now. Put him on there, I think. I think that looks good. I can put a nice big blob on there because there's a lot of cobweb in the way. Put him there, like that. If you want it all bubbling out the side, just add some more cobweb, whatever you fancy. Keep going until you think you've, well, until you think you've overdone it. Why not? Let's be a little bit excessive. It is Halloween, so why shouldn't we be excessive? Let's put loads on. It's light today, so I can't actually show you it in the dark, but you'll get the idea. All this should glow nicely, and the more light you put in, the brighter it'll glow. For this craft, we're going to make something that looks really good, but takes a minimum of effort, because sometimes we haven't got all the time in the world. We will have some technical projects, but this one's quite easy. So I've got this lamp or lantern. This is my rook. Well, it's not my rook, it's my son's rook. I borrowed him. He's a little bit tatty on the edges. And sorry, my head is out of shot. It's the only way I can get the table in completely. So I can either coopy down like this, or you just have to, I look a little bit like Frankenstein's monster with my head chopped off, don't I? There you are. Very suitable for Halloween. Right then, this lantern cost me £3 in a charity shop. So it's worth checking out the thrift stores, because more and more of these lanterns are coming in second hand now. So you'll be able to pick one up at a real bargain price. It may take you a few weeks to find one, but you'll get there in the end. I'm going to turn this around. I've got it on my Lazy Susan. Oh, it makes life so much easier. Open the back. The inside is quite simple. I got this ivy. I had loads of it. Somebody gave me a whole wall of ivy. So they didn't want it anymore, so I got plenty. I love being able to use as much as I want and not have to scrimp. Take my rook, and this is a tight squeeze. This is a very large rook. If you haven't got a big lantern like this, you can always go for a crow. It would be 2/3 of the size, much better. Make sure he's facing front as much as he will. I've got to keep his tail in as well. And close my lantern up, and he's done inside. If I can close the lantern, there we go. I have to put my glasses on now because I can't see what I'm doing. Right, so there we have our rook. You're not really facing front, but you're front enough. Move him over there, and now I'm going to get some florals. And we're going to make a flag for the top of this. So for the flag, I'm going to have a longer bit coming down and a shorter bit going up. Look at that, I've had these for about 3 years now, and I just haven't known what to do with them, and I've finally come up with a plan. So this is going to be coming down like that on the side, and I thought this would be perfect behind it. Lots of transformation? Whoops, these are the flowers. What's the transformation when I add this? Oh, look at that. Wow, that's really flamboyant. So I'm going to wire this together. I've got one of the leaves that fell off, so I'm going to use that to wire it together. Yeah. Might as well make the most of everything. And don't forget, if you've got any type of hand problems, you can twist off these wires using pliers, and it's so much easier. And it'll just keep those in place while we try adding other things, because otherwise this is so wiggly and jiggly, I'm going to end up dropping bits out of it and things. And now wire some top flowers together, and I've got this purple flower which reflects the purple on the bottom, so even though these flowers are not in the bottom bit, there is that tie between both ends. And just tie those three together. A little bit of a twist. It's a lot easier with a pipe cleaner, much gentler on your hands, like that. And now I'm going to take the two, check out the height on them, and yep, now I'm going to thread these through the back of this. It just gives it that extra bit of stability. Just checking on my monitor to see that it's in the right place, and then I'm going to add these to the front there, quite low, and take my pipe cleaner and give it a good wind. So that's going to hold it in place for me while I get another pipe cleaner. I know, I do love to be very careful with these things and make sure they're not going to wander off. And then this one I can actually do with a twist, because the two ends are sticking out, if you see what I mean. Like that. And I'm just going to leave those ends, if I show you. I've left the ends longer there because I may decide to wire something else in. I don't want to cut them now and think, oh, we still have a bow to go on yet. So now I'm going to see where I can pop these things. Oops, black pampas grass. And I shouldn't, in theory, have to glue these in because they're so fine they'll slip in between all the other joints. Don't worry about this, that'll be hidden. So if I'm doing one at the top, I'll put one in at the bottom, give it a bit of symmetry, like that. And at the front of this one, I think I'm going to stick that one in like that. Don't worry about planning exactly where your florals are going to go up beforehand, because the fun is deciding. Fun isn't always trying to get them to fit in the holes that you've got. If you want to, you can use a little bit of florist foam or something, put a block of that on and actually put them into the florist foam. This does not want to go in. And just add a few more because they're so lovely. You can use hot glue if you like, but I'm hoping to recycle this lantern over and over. So I want as little glue as possible. And also my florals I tend to recycle when I finish them. In my little spare flower pot they go until next time I need them. And now we've got to stick some in the top. And they're rather long for the top, but that doesn't matter because if we get some extended length it'll look more glamorous. Oh yes, it's looking especially nice at the top. And another one coming down there. You want at least 3 of these because they're not terribly thick, as you can see. And you don't want this to look like a stingy display. So if you put like 5 in instead of 3, it'll make it look much better. I'm just going to add another one either way because I happen to have them here and I'm just wondering how nice they look. Yep, I like that, but don't panic that you can see all this. It's all going to disappear because now we're going to move this over there. Oh, that's not very good, is it? I'm going to turn it around so it's not in my face. And I'm going to bring over some ribbon. Now I'm going to make a bow. I don't want big tails on this, so I'm just leaving a little end. Pinch where my loop is big enough. I think that's plenty big enough. Twist it, and then make a loop the other side. Pinch and twist. And then go alternately until you've got enough loops that you're happy with. Remembering that you're going to be putting other ribbon as well. So you don't want to overdo it. Unless you like overdone ribbons. I tend to be on the flamboyant side, as you know. Therefore, I think I'm going to do a 5 loop for this one. Find my scissors, chop it off. Make sure you twist your end so that the good sides are facing outwards. Unfortunately, this one isn't wired, but I think it's still going to look good. I got this when I was in France last year. 59 cents, not 59 euros for the roll. Drop my ribbon on the floor. It's much easier to work if you drop it. Now this one I want to leave a tail on, so I'm going to put a nice hanging tail. Your loops shouldn't be too big if you're using a non-wired ribbon, because you haven't got the strength in the ribbon to make it stay loopy. And also what I find is if you put a little twist before you pinch and come back, it just gives them a little bit more body. And you're constantly going from side to side so that you can put your wire or pipe cleaner through the middle and it will hold all your loops in. You don't want to put it in and then find out, uh-oh, I didn't actually get all my loops where the join was going to be. Snip that off, and now I go for my thin ribbon. Now that one was nice and easy, and I could twist it because it's double-sided. This is not double-sided, but because it's so thin, it'll hold its shape. You can keep your ribbon on your table if you like, but the problem you've got is it tends to roll up and curl up and it's very difficult to use. I'm not a fan of using ribbon without wiring for bows, unless you're just doing a simple bow. This sort of bow does look better with a wired ribbon, but I just love these ribbons, so I thought it was worth the effort. Take your pipe cleaner, put it through the centre so you know you've got every loop, bring it round to the back and twist to tie it off. And now floof it out. I do love a bit of bow flooping, and as you can see, by making smaller and smaller loops, the thinner the ribbon goes, the nicer the look it gets. Don't worry about tugging and pulling at this. It won't hurt as long as you tied your wire tight enough. They're not going anywhere. And now attach this over the ugly bit. And as you can see, this definitely needs refloofing. Always start with your back floofs and then work your way forward. You don't have to have these identical lengths. Sometimes when you're making a floral arrangement, you want both ends to be exactly the same, but I quite like the idea because it's a Halloween one to make it a little bit edgy, a little bit not so neat and tidy. Now I am going to make one major change because something I didn't take into consideration, that rook, you're losing his head behind all the florals. So I'm going to take him out. It's easily fixed. Pop him in that way. Oh, there we go. You comfortable? Yes, thank you. And now if I stand out of the way so you can see the white behind, look at that. And I absolutely love that. So let's see what this looks like on my display. If you're enjoying this video so far, and don't forget to give me a thumbs up, and why not subscribe? We got lots more videos like this coming your way. For this craft I'm going to use this red Vela skull. Now he's not mine, so I can't glue him onto anything, so we're going to have to balance precariously because I have to return him to my son when I finished. Right, I've taken this basket, which happened to be, if I put it on his head, a perfect fit at the top here with probably a centimetre extra. So I drew around this on a piece of card and cut myself out 2 pieces of card and glued them together just to make them a bit tougher because they were a bit bent. I then measured around the outside of this basket because it's wider and cut that out, cut a circle out in the middle the same size. Well, one of these is from the centre of this. Don't forget to mark your pieces back on both sides, front on both sides, on every bit, because you'll never remember. Believe me, I've lost count of where I was a few times with these. Get yourself a piece of cardboard. This is a 4-inch piece because it's how tall I want the hat to be. If you want a better description of how to make a cardboard hat, I've made cardboard hats for adults. I'll put the link in the description and at the end of this video. So if you click on that link, you'll see how to make one for an adult. Slit down with a craft knife in between each of the corrugations. It just makes for a nicer bend. Look at that. Out with your glue gun. Where's the back? There. You probably end up putting too much glue in because if you're making an adult hat, if you're making an adult hat, you would have doubled the width of the cardboard on the bottom. But then I think it's going to be a bit cumbersome for such a small hat, so I haven't. But when this is doubled, it's a lot easier to do. It's only a single width, so it's very difficult to get glue where you want it. And I'm not very good at getting glue where I want it at the best of times, so this could get messy. Put the cardboard inside the brim, if you see what I mean. Curl it up a bit if it's in your way, and then slowly work your way around. Don't rush this part. Try to see it as therapeutic, and you'll do a better job if you take your time and make sure you've held this until the hot glue has cooled. Now I'm going to cover the hat with some fabric. Now I'm using some serviettes that I had. They were from a picnic set that I was never going to use, so I thought, well, why not use them for crafting instead? And then pop some hot glue on the fabric. Be careful here because the hot glue will come through the fabric and burn your fingers. And then poke that into the inside. Oh, like that. That's how you burn yourself. And I've done really well because out of this one serviette, I'm actually going to be able to cover this too. That's going to be interesting, but I think I'll just about do it. Don't worry about the inside of this hat if it doesn't look neat, unless you're selling it, in which case you have to do a little bit of a better job. But I'm not, so I can just enjoy myself. So we got back here and back there, so it goes in that way. And that, in theory, is going to fit on there. A nice snug fit because we've got the fabric on it as well. I'm hoping, yep, it lines up perfectly with the outside of the hat. So now, oops, that needs a little bit more glue there. Ooh, I'm really pushing it to use this piece of fabric, but I'm going to make it work. I'm determined. Check back again. As you can see, it really is essential to mark front and back on every piece. And when it cools, I can then pop the front into place. If you use a thinner fabric than mine, you may find that you need to pop it inside the hat. On the other hand, if you use a thicker one, you may find it has a little bit more of an overlap. So be aware of that. Whatever fabric you use will affect the size of your top. Stick it all the way around. And if you're having trouble getting it into place, pop your hand inside the hat and it gives you more manoeuvrability on the top of the floppy, sticky up bit. That's not what it's called, is it? Does anybody know what the big sticky up bit is on a hat? I'm sure there's a name. Is that the crown? Oh, now I'm going to pop it down. Keeping a bit of pressure on it because it's still quite hot. And I'm just going to run some little bits of glue around just to be doubly sure that it doesn't come wandering off. I've got this old page out of a book. It's an old book of maps, but it's not that old. It's like sort of 80s. Nothing special. So I've been using pieces of paper out of it to do some craft with. And this map, I think, is going to look great, torn up to cover the brim. Now, you can cover the brim with fabric. Sorry if this is a bit noisy while I'm tearing. You can cover the brim with fabric if you want to, or you can paint it. Painting will probably be the easiest job, but I fancy something a little bit different. Out with a glue stick, and let's start gluing. So now that's finished, it looks a bit stark where I've torn it, so I'm going to get my ink pad. See, I picked this up for 30p in the charity shop. You can use one of these finger daubers, so you don't get too much everywhere, and just give it a light going over. It'll just hide all the really white stark marks and give it a bit more interest, I think, as well. Put a bit of depth to the design. Don't worry about doing this too evenly. Well, unless you want it even, I'm going for the sort of rustic look, almost aged. This skeleton has been wearing this hat for so long, it needs a good clean. Now I've got this black cord, I'm going to put this around the hat and it hides the joins. I love using this. Hides everything. Check which way the hat fits best on your skull, just in case you've done it the wrong way. That way's best for me, I think. If I'd realised that, I would have made the fabric join at the other side. But it'll be okay. He's a very tolerant skeleton. If you're using this cord, make sure you've got some glue then on the end so that it doesn't fray. I like that. For a stand, I'm going to use this, I'm not sure what it was. I don't think it was a candle holder. It may have been. And I painted it black for a previous project. I've got some pool noodle. So I'm going to glue the pool noodle. I cut this with a saw. Saw is a really good way of cutting a pool noodle. And if I put it in my, it's a square, they call it, a box, you know, that gets you to cut things straight. Then you get the edges straighter than if you're doing it by hand anyway, or by eye. Glue it into place. Now normally I would glue this on top, but as I said, I'm not going to do that because it's not actually mine. So now I need to cover this piece of foam with flowers. If you're going to be doing a lot, cut them all at the same time, because if you cut them one at a time, it'll drive you bananas. I've also got some of this black foliage, black and silver, look at that. It's a shame I haven't got more. It's a bit frustrating, but I'll make it work. So first thing I'm going to do is put a ring of flowers, a ring of roses, covering the top third. And I'm going to go opposites first to see how many I'm going to need. There's 8 around the top. These pool noodles make brilliant florist foam. Now the head is going to be on there, so you're only going to see a tiny bit around the neck there. So I'm not worrying about that at the moment. We can fill that in when we put it all together and assemble it. So now in the bottom third, I'm going to put another row of roses. But if I show you, a bit like bricklaying, you're going to put the whole roses where the gaps are. Now I'm going to take these white pampas grass and I'm going to poke the pointy bit at an angle downwards, and then it'll give it more of a curvy droop. And I'm not going to go all the way around because this is going against the wall. But if you're going to use this as a centerpiece on a table, can you imagine how wonderful that would look all the way around? Then I'm going to take these silver grey foliage and put these in the middle gap. If you're only doing mainly the front, then focus on getting the front done if you haven't got enough, because the rest won't be seen when it's against the wall. Better to overfill the front than sparsely fill it all the way around. And now we've got some feathers, various sizes. I'm going to poke these in above the roses. Again, focusing on where the front of the decoration is. And put your largest ones towards the back. And these are going to form like a collar around the neck of your skull. Now cut yourself some pieces of 6-inch ribbon. Fold your ribbon in half, pinch the bottom, get some pipe cleaner, twist it around. This is definitely better with florist wire. Because I haven't got florist wire, I'm going to snip the pipe cleaner short and then glue it to the top there. It doesn't look very neat, but don't worry about that because it's never going to be seen. And now that works like a collar all around your skull. And pop the hat on and we're done. So let's see what this looks like up on my display. For this craft, we're going to use power tools. Oh, I love using power tools. I'm going to take 3 Jenga blocks. Because this project isn't going to take a lot of wear and tear or swinging on, you could get away with hot glue, but I'll show you the best way to stick wood together. If you get yourself some wood glue, I've got this, what's this? Gorilla wood glue. And put a blob on each end. Because wood glue, something magic happens to it. When you put it on wood, and it actually changes into some sort of weird compoundy thing where it becomes wood, and it's a very good join. But it takes forever to dry. So if you then put a blob of hot glue on the middle and push them together, they'll be pretty good to go. Virtually immediately because of the hot glue, but long term you've got yourself a really tight bond. I'm going to join 3 of these. So again, just a blob of wood glue either side, a blob of hot glue in the middle. And if you put it on the table, you're more likely to get it straight. I know, I need all the help I can get. When you've finished using your wood glue, I always give the top a clean before I push it down, and then give it another clean again when I pushed it down. And sometimes still I have to use pliers to open it. It's terrible for sticking the lid down. Now I've got this doll's leg. I cut the top off, and I'm going to use this as a stand. So the first thing I need to do is to fix it to the wooden blocks. So I'm going to get my pen and I'm going to mark 2 places where I want a hole. Under the back and under sort of the middle of the front. I'm going to use my magic desktop saver because it stops you drilling through straight into the desk. I'm just going to grill with my glue gun then. It's been a long day. It's in the evening now. And then drill yourself a hole. And another one. And as you can see here, I've saved my desk many times. And we've now got 2 holes. I've got 2 rather rusty screws, but that's not a problem. These are going to go through the bottom there. There's my screwdriver. Screw them in. I'm not using 2 small screws. It would be tempting to put little ones in, but I think that to really make this foot sit, they need to be a little longer. Maybe I've overdone it, we'll find out. When they're sticking through a bit, pop your foot where you want it to go. And give it a good push. And it'll make 2 little holes. Use your pokey thing and make the hole a little bit bigger. There we go, and you haven't, even if they're getting a bit stiff to screw in, which mine are, then it doesn't matter if they're not quite as tight as they could be, because that'll all be hidden. Now this is going to be going in here. So I'm going to pop it in, see how it's sitting. Because the bottom of my cage is a little bit uneven, I'm just going to glue this little half circle of wood, or half wooden bead. Ow, try not to drop it glue right down onto your fingers. Onto there, just to give it that little bit of support because of the dip in my cage. And now before we go any further, I suppose I should have done this first of all really, shouldn't I, to give it more time to dry. I'm going to do some painting. So I'm going to paint this bird black. As you can see, it's been painted a few times before. It's very fulfilling to paint something completely a different colour. It's like painting a wall. If ever you painted a wall and tried to just top up the colour on your wall, have you ever noticed how difficult it is? I really don't enjoy that. But if you have it a completely different colour, it's easier to do and it looks fabulous. You don't have to use a bird for this. You can pop any animal in really. You can put in a rat. And what you put the bird on doesn't matter. Like I'm putting this on something creepy, but you could put it just on a weird shaped branch. Or if you've got something big like a rat, you could just put him on some pebbles or something like that. Now we need to deal with this foot. And for this foot, I'm going to use some paper to stuff it first because I want to be able to glue something to the top. And it's very difficult with just this thin edge. And also it'll give it a bit more weight. I'm going to stuff this with paper. I suppose if you've got shredded paper, probably a shredder, if you've been shredding all your bills, or only private letters, you could use those. It would go in a bit easier if it was shredded, but not so easy to glue things to. I'm going to stuff this quite firmly. I found this, there was an old tree that had died, and the bark was just left there rotting into the ground, and I thought, well, I could use some of that. So I just picked it up, brought it home, and there are little bits of like cobwebs and things on it. For Halloween, I think that's perfect. I'm going to glue this onto the foot. So decide which way I want it to go. I think facing the same direction as the foot will be good. And then here we go. I'm going to fill up lots and lots of areas with hot glue. Make sure I get some on the leg as well. And pop it on the top. Now that's going to take a while to cool down now because it's so thick. The thicker you put on your hot glue, the longer it takes to cool. So now I'm going to put my foot into the cage. So coming from the back, I'm going to go from the outside to the inside with the string of lights. But leaving this on-off switch on the outside. So now wrap the wires around the foot, then get some fibre fill, and then put it over the bottom bit of wood that the foot is attached to and over the bulbs. And I'm going for a really subtle look. If you want to have a stronger look, put your lights on top of the fibre fill, but I just want it to be ever so slightly glimmering and glowing. When your bird or whatever you're using is completely dry, then you can either leave it like it is, but I'm going to put like highlights of little bits of silver on him. Oh, let me show you. This is... oh, it's on the lid here. Metallic gilding polish. I'm going to give him quite a coating. I'm not just going to do the highlights, but I don't want to have him completely covered because I want it to look like he's a little bit spooky, but not completely spooky. I want him to have mainly silver with some gold showing through, but it would look equally as good if you just put a tiny bit of silver on. It's just I love gilding paste. As soon as I get started, I know it's no good me saying I'm just going to put a bit on because I get addicted to this. If you think you put a bit much on, before it's dry, you can just give it a little bit of a rough rubbing over just to take some of it back off. And now, just to give it a bit of depth, I'm going to come back in with some black and go over the silver, just with little blobs, a little bit of dry brushing. Not a lot at all. And as you can see, it just takes the edge off a bit from the silver. And it also gives it more depth, I think, by doing it like that. And now in the ideal world, you let him dry, but you know me. I must love getting paint on my hands because I'm not going to let him dry. I'm going to glue him into place because we need to move on with the video. Got to get this done before bedtime. So pop a lot of glue. I advise you check first where you want him to go or whatever you're doing before you put the glue on. Too late now. And then put him where he's going. Like that. So when you shut the lid, take a few little bits of some dark colours, blacks, purples, or whatever colour it is you think will go best. I'm going to use dark because I painted the bird dark, but don't make this too big because if you do, you're not going to see the bird. So you just want a nice little neat looking display at the top. I've got this that someone sent me. It's a little decoration of something. You can see the elastic still on there, but you certainly don't have to spend a fortune on new embellishments. You can find little bits and pieces around the place, maybe broken bits off dresses, anything like that. You can't see what this is like, but it doesn't matter because we're going straight to my dresser and have a look what it looks like forward facing. Let me know if you like it, and don't forget to let me know which is your favourite. This Halloween craft, I've got this frame. I picked this up in the shop and it was purple to start with. Nobody's painted this, and I'm going to take the back off. Oh, the back's come off completely. That's supposed to be glued on. Take that off, take out the glass, being very careful not to cut myself. Open this up, and I want to cover this with this. I thought this had a sort of fleshy look to it, so I thought that'd be perfect for Halloween. So I'm going to cut out the rough size first. It's much easier if you can take this off, but for some reason this is the way they made it, so this is what we'll have to do. It's very awkward. So do a really nice coat of glue stick all over your piece of cardboard that's on the back. It may even be wood, same sort of thing. Put on your glue stick, it'll hold nicely. It'll usually take fabric, thicker papers, card, thinner papers obviously, like that. I don't use glue gun because you end up with lumps and bumps. This has got lumps and bumps anyway. So just to save some cutting, where's the best corner? There. So I'll match up that corner. Like that, and then I have two sides I don't have to cut. There we go, and I'm not too worried about the edges curling up because when we close it, it's going to be fine. It'll hold it in place. So next thing I want to do is darken this a little bit. It's nice like that, but I want it to look more, oh, I don't know, just mysteriously Halloween-y. So I've got this black chalk paint here, and I'm thinking of putting a bit of dry brush onto the top of this. There we go. And then I'm going to make sure this brush is dry. Drier. You don't want it perfectly dry, obviously there'll be no paint left. But take the majority off and then lightly brush over. And you can see the difference this makes already. It looks more mysterious and creepy just by having, I mean, you can overdo it as much as you like. You can make it as black as you like. Make it all black if you want to. But I think we're just about getting there now with that amount of black. Whoops, a bit much there. And there we go. I think just that looks a little bit more mysterious. Now if, like me, you've got a frame of this coming apart, then just get a little bit of hot glue. Whoops, pushing everything over. And run some hot glue down there and squash the frame on. Ta-da, done. And that's a bit boring, isn't it? But I do have this. I picked this up when I was out in Mudlark and we go looking for old bottles and things on Victorian dumps, and I found this old Victorian, well, I don't think she's Victorian, she's probably about 30s, 40s doll. I've got the back of her as well. That's really not in good condition, so I didn't know whether to do that sort of thing, or whether to just do the one, or whether to do them stood next door to each other like that. What do you think? I think that, as weird as it sounds, is the best way to do it. I think I'm going to go for that. Now let's have a look in here for a little label. I got all my little things. It's a collection of specimens. I could put that there, couldn't I? I like that idea. I think we'll put a little bit of paper on the back of that to make it stand out more. Glue that on about there. And now I'm just going to cut it out, leaving a slight edge on it. I don't know, what's that, about 2 millimeters? Probably be more accurate if you use your paper cutter. I'm just going to age it a little bit with some of this. I don't have any black, so I'm doing it with brown. The black I think would look a little better. It's not that you want this to really stand out, you just want to age it a little bit. Like that. And then if you want to, you can write, oh, I'm going to write something on there. I'm going to write, collection of specimens, this is going to be 6, oops, the pen isn't very, well, I'll check your pen before you do this, 6, ... 437 2A. There we go. Just made that up completely, and that is going to go on there. So a little bit of hot glue. Pop it on there. Now I was thinking about this, but I think this is a mistake. Let me know what you think. I had these hands here, and I thought, oh, I could put those there, but I think that spoils it. I like that. That is actually quite an adult-looking decoration, isn't it? If you've got something like a broken old doll, you could do that. You could stick a picture of a broken old doll in. It doesn't have to be the real thing. Yep, I like that. What do you think? Do you like that one or not? Dark academia for Halloween, Christmas, or any other time of year. It's still spooky, it's still creepy, and it's still very, very dark. For this creepy Halloween Christmas tree craft, I've got a bowl of coffee, and it's not too strong, and lots of bits of fabric. And I want to dye these to make them look really old and creepy. So I'm going to take some, about a third I suppose, pop them in like that. Then sprinkle on a little bit of this coffee. It's completely out of date, so I thought, oh, I know how I can use that. Sprinkle some in there. Then I'm going to put my next third in on top, because I'm hoping to get these in a blotchy type of design. We'll find out. It may work, it may not. Cotton fabric should take the colour. If you've got some polyester in there, or if it's all polyester, it will struggle. And then I think I'll just sprinkle on the last. Oh, I'll put it all on, why not? There we go. I soaked these overnight in the coffee. They've got a lovely look on them that really screams, these are mummy bandages. But the little bit of sprinkling I did didn't really work. There are just a few little bits on some pieces. But I think that's because I didn't put enough on. I didn't imagine how much I would need. But I'm still happy, and we're going to do some darkening anyway, so that's not a problem. So next I need something to mummify. And I've got this doll. I can't remember how much I paid for this. It wasn't much. It was either like 50p or free. I never pay a lot for anything. Now, if you can get any doll that's the size you need for your tree, I would actually recommend you don't use a China one because they're fairly weighty. But I've got a China one, so a China one is going to be. They've still got the plastic on their feet. Look at that. So I'm going to take the arms off this doll. Get little bits of elastic in there. So I'm going to chop and hope the legs don't come off as well. If they're all attached, and the head. If they're all attached, I'm in trouble. Oh, look at that. The head was definitely attached. Whoops. The legs. Right, so that was all done with one piece of elastic. Oh, wasn't that fun? Surprising, but fun. So now I'm going to cash in on the disaster situation. It's never a disaster. It's just a problem we need to solve. So I'm going to save the head. I think I can use that for something else. I'm not going to use the arms because if I show you, they just won't lie right as Mummy's arms, whichever side I put them on. They stick up too much. So, you didn't see that very well, did you? You get the idea. So I've cut myself 2 pieces of glue sticks and I'm going to put those on as Mummy arms. And I'm going to use this ping pong ball as a head. I'm going to use glue sticks for the legs because the other legs are too far apart. And I want this to be a real mummy, an obvious mummy shape. Now, if I was using a teenage doll, that would be much better because they're pretty good for mummifying positions, if you see what I mean. So I'm going to put those 2 legs there. Well, they're not 2 legs. They're supposed to be 1 leg. Imagine that's a leg. Now glue the arms across the chest. I'm finding the best way to glue a glue stick is to push the glue gun into the glue stick until it melts a bit and squeeze your glue gun as it's coming out to get some glue out. And then it sticks really quickly, but trying to do it just adding some hot glue, it just came straight back off. That's fine. And now I want to put the head on the top. Pop that in. And now begin the mummifying process. This is very fiddly with a little body like this. I dread to think how on earth they managed with a full-size body when they were mummifying those. Picking it up, turning it over. I've never really respected the efforts of somebody who mummified bodies, but now I do. And don't worry if some of your bandages are not perfect. Well, I should say I dried these by ironing them. I know I don't usually iron things unless I really have to, but I was in a hurry and because I hadn't swilled all the coffee off, I didn't want my dryer smelling of coffee. So I decided I know what I can do. I can iron them. So I got an old towel and ironed them on that and they dried in no time. That was after they'd been dripping all night, I should say. They weren't absolutely soaking wet. I wouldn't want anything soaking wet with anything electrical. Once you've gone round once, go round a second time. And that way then you can cover any bits that didn't quite work. You can pad out bits, sort out loose ends you don't like. Get your mummy looking. Well, you don't want him looking too tidy because obviously he's been around for thousands of years. You want him to look like a convincing mummy. Now I'm going to take some watercolour. This is burnt umber. I've watered it down. And then I'm just going to put darker bits occasionally where there be like little joins in the body or things like that. Scruff it up a little bit. It's completely optional. All depends how you want this to look. You can make it much more runny and virtually cover the whole thing if you wanted to. So easy and so cheap if you just use bits of junk to form the shape and then wrap it around with some old torn fabric you dyed in coffee or tea. I suppose you could even plant some in the garden for a week, dig it back up and it would look nicely aged. Right, let's see what this looks like on my spooky Halloween tree. Ooh. For this part of my creepy Halloween tree decoration, I got this braid. It's a bead garland, isn't it, they call it? And I got this off the tree. Oh, there are loads of little bits of glue and tree still stuck to it. This was really firmly stuck. Now, I don't mind there being bits of glue. I don't want bits of tree. So I pulled off all the bits of tree and I'm throwing those away. And I've got this tub. I'm using a larger tub because these beads will need a lot of space. I've got this black acrylic paint. I've never used this. It's Colvin & Co. Never heard of them. But I had this for 50p, so I thought, ooh, I'll buy that and see if it works. I've put quite a lot in here because I'm going to coat all these beads with paint. And you can tell that's a lot of paint that's going to be needed. I'll put a bit more in as well. It's quite runny, this one. Now you can use some corn flour or cornstarch. I'm using some talc. And it makes a chalk paint. I've got no real recipe for chalk paint. I just stick a blob of this and a blob of that in. And then we're going to mix this around. And I think I'm going to need some more water because this has gone quite thick now. But just keep adding the ingredients until you like the texture that it is. I'm looking for a medium sort of paint. I don't want it really thick. I don't want a paste, but I don't want it runny either. You can make yourself a garland of wooden beads, and wooden beads will take the paint much better than these shiny ones. So that's why I need it a little bit thicker than if I was using wood. And now it's pretty mixed up. I'm going to pop my bead garland into the paint. I know, doesn't that look drastic? And then roll it around until all the beads are coated. This is very therapeutic. If you've got a lot of excess paint, you might as well save it. I haven't, so I'm just mopping up some of it so that it'll be quicker to dry the beads. And now stir the beads while drying them with a hairdryer. I know it sounds crazy, but it does work. And now I'm having one of those serendipitous moments because I was going to wait until they were nearly dry, throw in some glitter and see what happened. And look, it's really difficult to get the paint to stick to these metallic finished beads. And look, they look like they're already glittered. So I think I've saved myself some glitter and some time. I'm just going to carry on drying. We're nearly there. It does take a long time, be warned. Settle down, pop something on the TV or put some music on. And they're finished. Look at this. And by using cornstarch or talc, something like that, it really gives a texture to these beads. And I do love the way some of it didn't get coated. I'm glad I didn't use wooden beads now. I think they're much better. They're much more creepy. Quite a few bits dropped off, so be aware of that. Give them a good shake before you actually take them away from your work area. Oh, they're going to look great on my Halloween tree. I can't wait. Next, get yourself some clay. I'm using DAS modelling clay that air dries. Make yourself a little bowl, an oval bowl, flatten it a little bit, and then pinch in at the bottom to shape a skull. Now, when you've done that, and it takes a while, take your time, enjoy the process, and if it goes wrong, scrunch it all up and start again. Try making some different faces. Now, I want 2 skulls on this bauble, so I've made 2 faces. And I've decided to give them different expressions. You can really play about. You can make happy skulls, scary skulls. So I've done one just looking with his teeth showing and one going, ooh. Now I want to add something other than skulls to my bauble. So I've got my moulds out and I'm going to make myself 2 mouldings. And I've not got any scary mouldings, so I've decided to go with something a little bit classical. So I always dust my mould with some talc first, or you can use corn flour, anything like that. And then add some clay, but you'll always overestimate how much you need. It's amazing just how little you need, especially the more intricate the detail of the mould. I always like to make 2 moulds anyway. I may use both, but then I can use the best one if I'm only going to use one. I very rarely have success on the first mould. And I have heard that it's easier if you put your mould in the freezer for 10 minutes before you take the clay out. I've never got the patience for that, so I don't. And mine are okay. They're passable. I'm happy with that. But if you're a bit more of a perfectionist, which is good, then take a little bit more care over your mould making. So now back out with my bauble. Take the end off. I normally use wood glue with this sort of thing, but I'm going to use tacky glue. because I'm down to the dregs, so I use a brush anyway on this, plus it's very thick now. So the plan is to come down either side with part of these classical moulding shapes. Mine are a bit long, but I'm not worried about that, as long as I've got a good end on the top, because the bottom end will be coming off. You don't need modelling tools, but it is very useful if you've got them. If you get a pack, you've got all the different sizes and shapes you could need. I like to take this end one and just push all the edges down. The more care you take with this, the more you will be rewarded with a much better bauble at the end. It all depends what your patience is like and how much you want to commit to your bauble. If you're happy enough with it as it is, then don't worry too much. I'm going to take my skulls and I'm going to put one either side, one on one side and one on the other. In the ideal world, you will have let your glue dry. I'm going, as usual, for working with wet glue. Now come over everything with your chalk paint. There's so much detail and relief on this. It's going to be a little bit difficult, and you may decide you're going to use a smaller brush. That will speed things up when it comes to getting in the nooks and crannies. You can't be doing with unpainted nooks and crannies. And I always put an extra bit of paint around all the joins, and then it soaks in under the join. It makes it look neater and also gives a little bit extra sticking power. Oh, I meant to mention I stuck a cinnamon stick in the end to make it easier to hold. So now I'm going to poke my cinnamon stick into something to support this while it dries. And then we'll get on with the next stage. Now this is dry, I'm going to use some of my silver gilding paste and gild over the top. Now this has been a nightmare. In the end, I had to use some hot glue because I could not get these things to stick to this bauble. I don't know what it was, but it was really difficult. You can use some white paint or some silver paint. And I'm going to use this, 1, to add to the highlights, and 2, just to put a few little random bits and pieces onto the bauble, just to add a bit more interest. I'm terrible. I can't control myself with gilding paste. I do try, but I just love it. So I'm going to put extra on and then wipe it off and see what the finish is like on the bauble. I definitely don't want it too even. And there are little bits of silver bauble showing through. If you're ever going to do this, don't do it on a bauble that's been painted. I'm really regretting this. Look at this. I've glued it. I've hot glued it. And it's still slippery. I just don't know what to do. This has got to be the worst bauble in the world. I'm going to carry on regardless and persevere because I think it's going to look good. It's just I can't get any glue to dry on it. Every time I wipe it, more paint comes off. The paint wouldn't stick. Get my little bauble end, pull it back through until it clicks small like that, put it in the top and then push and it's all back in place. Now it doesn't really fit, does it, being gold? I wonder if I can get some gilding paste on there, at least to tone it down, even if it doesn't turn it completely silver. Let's give it a go. Oh yeah, that's definitely working at toning it down. So then we got my creepy bauble. Not my finest moment, but it was fun to make. And I do like the gilding look on anything. You can put gilding on just about anything and it looks lovely. Right, let's see what this looks like up on my tree. I had nothing but trouble with it. 3 lots of glue and the little skulls still kept falling off. Something going on with this bauble. I've never had this trouble before. And then, before I filmed it, I dropped it and it cracked. Oh! So this bauble does not look its best. This spooky Halloween tree decoration is going to be part of a topper, and I did use this for a different project. It came off one of those big long skeletons you can get at Poundland, Dollar Tree, that sort of place. And I cut the head off. Originally this was on a spell book. I've taken it off. It's got damage from storage, so it needs another coat of paint. So I can show you how to get this effect because it really is a cheap, nasty plastic thing. So it didn't look very good for a craft like this. You couldn't actually see it if it was on a tree, so it definitely needs to be painted. So if you get rid of all the gold and give this a good coating, then there's no way you're going to see any chips or anything. It's going to look good as new. And this can always be done with lots of your things. When you're bored with them, craft items, take them apart, paint them up, or just repair them with a bit of paint the same colour. And you've got something else to play with then. Because crafting can be very expensive. It is surprising how much things cost. Now I've decided, and I may live to regret this, I'm going to go for grey. So I'm going to put a blob of black paint out, add a tiny bit of white. You can always add more. This is chalk paint, but I'm just using acrylic paint to add the white. If you think it's a bit runny for you, then add a little bit of cornflour or something like that, of talc, just to thicken it up again. And now I want a dry brush on top of the wet. So let's make sure I've got a nice dry brush. And I'm just going to add little bits here and there. And then in anything that dips in, I'm going to add some light grey in there too, just to make it stand out. And I think I'll put some light grey on his teeth. You haven't been cleaning your teeth, have you, Mr. Skull? Tut tut. And dry my brush off. And then fluff up the bits I've already put on. Blend them in a little bit better. Just make a very pale grey. It's always hit and miss with this sort of thing, but don't panic, because if it goes really wrong, you just paint over the top. Dry off my brush again. It's always useful to keep your Amazon packaging. It's amazing how handy it comes in. And just blend that in too. I'm actually liking the lighter colour. I'm going to do a little bit more, I think. And play with this. It's great fun. Just keep experimenting, adding on. And the more shades you add on, the more depth this gets anyway. So it actually works out quite well. I've got an idea. Me and my ideas. I'll keep going and then I'll be, I've got to repaint it. Dry brush and just plain white over the top as well, I think. Add a bit in his nose. Pick those teeth up a little bit. Your dentist would be ashamed of you, Mr. Skull. Dry off my brush again. Just daub it about. Oh yes, I'm much preferring this to silver or gold. So what do you think? Let me know in the comments. Would you have kept it the way it was, or do you prefer it this way? I preferred it this way. I think it's lovely. It's got almost a metallic look to it. So don't forget, if you want to get one of these, pop to your pound store, Poundland, Dollar Tree, possibly Dollar General, and they've probably got them in. You'd better be quick, because Halloween is almost here and things are flying off the shelves. And there you've got yourself a quick and easy decoration for your Halloween tree. Are you enjoying Dark Academia crafts? If so, then why not subscribe? There are lots more crafts coming, Dark Academia and lots of others too. It's going to be fun. For this creepy Halloween tree decoration craft, I'm going to use one of these little wooden bats. You can get multi-packs of different shapes for Halloween in Poundland, Hobby Lobby, Dollar Tree, anywhere like that. If you got one of those glow forges, you could make your own, but have you seen the price on those? Lovely things, and they're huge. And apparently they're noisy. And fumey, so not for me. I'm going to use more of my homemade black chalk paint. My special secret recipe is black acrylic paint, a blodge of talcum powder or cornstarch, anything like that, anything powdery, a little bit of water to thin it out and mix it together. Proportions, I have no idea. There are videos online if you want to check and get all your proportions right. You know me, I'm not the most accurate crafter in the world. The advantage with chalk paint is it dries so quickly. You can see there the carving or the lines for the shape of the bat's body and a smiley face. But I just want to make this look a little more spooky, so I'm going to use the back. I've coloured it anyway, because that way then if it spins round, as decorations often do, then it'll still be black. But I'm going to use this side, so I need to turn it over the other side. I got this absolutely stunning lace edging. It tends to get very tangled. I'm going to come along the bottom edge of the wings of the bat. I'm not worrying about following the shape exactly. I don't think I need to. I think we'll be okay. Down to the bottom of the wing and then chop it off. I'm just going to put a little bit of hot glue on each end of the cut area in case there's any issues with unravelling. And then do the same on the other side. And look at that. You can use any lace. It doesn't have to be as long or as dramatic as this. But I think that long braid really does look dramatic. It looks like the bat is swooping along. Very difficult to see lying down. But it's going to look brilliant on the tree. Let's find out if it really does. this easy spooky Halloween tree craft, I've got these wings. Now I picked these up at a car boot sale for 50p. Admittedly, you may not be able to get them for that price. You may need to buy them from Dollar General or pound shops or Hobby Lobby, some sort of craft store. Keep an eye out though, because these have been popular, and you can also make them by cutting out some wing shapes, covering them with feathers, and you can work from there. But that would take me too long. I don't think that suits the way I like to craft. Could you imagine gluing each of these feathers on individually? When I picked this up, it gave me the idea. It looks like it was originally a rainbow style, and then they decided to paint it black. Well, I thought, it's not completely covered, so I want to cover it a bit more, but it's a very clever idea. So don't worry, whatever colour the feathers are, when you get yourself some wings, you can change that. So I'm going to need to take these elasticated hanger holder things off. And now it's just a matter of out with the chalk paint and spending quite a bit of time covering all the bits where you can still see colour. I did wonder about leaving them, because when you get really black wings on birds, they can be quite shimmery and have a rainbow effect on them. But I thought, no, I want to go for all black. I think it'll suit the mood of the tree better. While I'm painting these wings, I just want to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to all my viewers, all my subscribers, everyone who leaves a like or a comment. I really do appreciate it, and I love reading your comments. It's well worth checking out those comments, because some people are putting in their ideas and things, and there is so much coming up, so many hints and tips. It really is a good place to go to learn things. Well, there you go, I'm done. There are some little spots that I've missed, but I definitely know now that making a pair of wings out of feathers isn't for me, because I got really bored trying to cover up all the little bits that hadn't been painted yet. But I think that'll be fine, and I'm sure you're all far too polite to point out if you can see any bits of paint still showing. So let's see what this looks like up on the tree. For this creepy Halloween tree decoration, I got myself some bits and pieces. I've got the arms that I took off the doll that fell apart. I've got this piece of balsa wood. This balsa wood is the right length to hold my arms, whatever direction I choose to put them in. I'm not quite sure yet. And I've got a little piece of rag. So I'm going to start off by dealing with the rag. Pop in some of this. I'll show you what it is. It's a Scarlet Luma Brilliant Concentrate Watercolour. Important, shake well. Whoops, I didn't shake well. Give it a shake. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as the bit that I didn't shake. I'm going to pop this little rag in. And I want that to get stained nicely red all over. Yep, that's looking pretty red. Out with some kitchen roll and pop it on there. And it shouldn't take long to dry being ink. Now I'm going to take my little bit of balsa wood, and the first thing I'm going to do is make a hole in the top for a hanger. So I've got my crocodile big bite. Let's measure this. It's about 3 inches. So I want about 1.5 inches. So there-ish. Pop it in and make a hole. Now out with some Rust-Oleum dark finishing wax. If you haven't got finishing wax, you can use a very dark watercolour paint and put a lot of water in it to make it easier to flow, and that'll do just as good a job. Oh, and finishing wax is much more difficult to get off your hands than a bit of watercolour. At this point, I'm going to add a hanger. So now to deal with the hands. To get a dry brush, I'm just going to put little bits on this and try to just age them a little bit. I'm going to put a few layers on, because the more layers you put on, the richer and deeper the effect is. Play about with your colours and then get lots and lots of shades. Add them on top of each other. Because you're using a dry brush, it doesn't matter about waiting for drying time. You can just get on with it. Yep, I'm happy with that. Now we need to just mount them on the plaque at the back. Now there looks calm. I think if I put them up that way, they look a bit more alarmed for some reason. So I'm going to glue them into place in an alarmed position. And now to deal with this. I really should have done this before I mounted them, but never mind. We can do it now and it'll be just as good. I'm just going to cut myself 2 strips And then I'm going to poke this into the end of the arms, but I'm going to pop a bit of glue in first to make sure they stay in place. And there we go. We got some creepy arms on a plaque. What's the situation that made somebody put creepy arms on a plaque? Ooh, the mind boggles. Scary. Ah! For this scary Halloween decoration to hang on my tree, I'm going to use the head that came off my little doll that I never ended up using the whole thing off. Now, she's got a bit of a divot in her head there, which is perfect. Make a hanger by tying a knot in a length of twine or rope, or I'm not quite sure what this is. It's black and sparkly. And then I'm going to put a little blob into the divot there, the hot glue, and then pop the little knot on. Make sure it goes right into the centre, like that. So now we got the hanger, we can get on with the rest of the face. So I'm going to pull her hair up like that. Ooh, talk about hair standing on end. Ah! Now we're going to use more of my palette. Just add some extra white on. I want a very, very pale grey. I don't mind if a little bit of the brown goes in as well. Completely paint over her face. If you've got a doll's head and it's got the wrong colour hair, you can actually paint the hair with acrylic paints. I've done this on a few occasions. You can even paint fur fabric. She's looking rather spooky, and now she needs to dry. How do I do this while it's drying? If I let it go, her hair's going to get a mess. I'll figure something out and I'll be back. I've dried her off with the hairdryer. Now I'm going to add a bit of hot glue to the bottom, and I got this. I took this off like a skeleton thing I bought from the pound shop, which is like Dollar Tree, that sort of thing. So you can probably find it in most of your cheapy shops. It's always worth hanging on to the most ridiculous looking things, because who'd have thought I'd have found a use for this? I can't get the glue off it, but that doesn't matter in this project. So I'm going to come around, and I'm going to snip that bit of glue off because it is a bit obvious there, and then fray the ends. Make them look really scruffy. Now we're going to take this piece of lace, chop it into strips, put this around the top and glue it at the back, and just adds a little bit more depth to the lacy dangly bits. And then I was going to put a black bow on, but something's just gone wrong with my drawer and it's completely jammed. So rather than try to sort that out, I'm going to use a red bow. In case you're thinking, why does that matter? I've got all my black ribbons and laces in one drawer, and that's the drawer that's jammed. So I'm just going to tie a 2-loop bow and stick this around her neck. Like that. Now, taking my life in my hands and hoping I don't get black where I don't want it, I'm going to go over her eyes with a marker pen. I find this more difficult than all the rest of the work I've done, trying to stay in the lines, which I didn't do very well, did I? Never mind, she's okay. She'll do. Now we just need to give her a hairstyle. Now this hairstyle is too sticky up, but I certainly don't want her looking neat. I want it a bit crazed and wild, because after all, this is Halloween, where the scariest, creepiest things happen. And it can make your hair go a little bit like this. And there we go. Oh, I love that. I think she's turned out much better than I thought she was going to. And all because that doll fell apart. Oh, I just love freebies like that I never knew I'd have. This should be completely covered by mummified bandages now, and it's been replaced by a bing bong ball. Right, let's see what this looks like up on my spooky tree. Halloween craft for my Christmas tree, I've got this little bag, and it's got a little bow and a pretty little bunny or something on it, or reindeer. I'm going to take the bow off because I don't want it. It's too pretty for Halloween. Get some black acrylic paint I'm going to paint the bag and go right over the bow as well, the little bit I couldn't get off. You can use a fabric paint if you want to. I tend to use acrylic. I'm not sure how much of a good job it does compared to fabric paint because I've never used fabric paint, but I'm quite happy with it. Now I got this little witch made out of wood, so I'm going to mix up a little bit of pale grey again. And I'm going to paint my witch. Oh, that's not very pale, but I think it'll be okay. I just want you to be able to see the contrast between the black and the witch. Right, my bag isn't completely dry, so I'm going to try not to get any paint on my hands. And I'm going to stuff the legs into the bag, like that. And then I'm going to put some feathers sticking out of the bag as well. No real reason. It adds a little bit of interest. I'm trying to use this wet wipe so I don't get covered in paint. I think it's inevitable. When have you ever known me to get to the end of a craft and not being covered in paint? And now I've got this bit of lace that I'm going to tuck in the top, like that too. Now to glue on my witch. And now I'm going to let this dry. Attach a hanger when it's dry because I'm never going to manage when it's wet. Oh look, I've even got black on my witch. Cool. Paint over the top of that. And then I'll show you what this looks like hanging on the tree. This is a super quick and super easy Halloween decoration. You're either going to love it or hate it. When I first thought of it, I thought, is it a bit basic? And then I thought, well, I don't think it is. I think it's different. So I'll show you what I'm going to make and then let me know in the comments. Do you think this was a little bit too basic or not? I've got a needle threaded with some crochet cotton. I'm going up through the hair and back down. I've got my loop to hang this. And then tie a knot in the bottom and chop the end off. Now I just think that's got a creepiness all of its own. I just think it's really like, ooh. You can't really tell what's going on under the fringe. Why is that scalp there? What on earth happened? Is this a scene of some sort of horrible thing? Or is it some sort of weird mutant? Remember Cousin It? A little bit like a curly Cousin It, isn't it? So I love it. Do you love it or hate it? Or are you just completely indifferent? Think, meh. Let me know in the comment. I'd love to know. Right, let's go and check out what this looks like hanging on the tree. For this quick and easy Halloween project, I'm going to use some orange Kool-Aid, a doorknob, some water, quite a few orange ping pong balls, this lid and the jar that it came off. So the first thing I need to do is to paint this jar lid black. You know the usual routine for saving time? Don't paint it. Either get a black lid or live with the colour it is or even stick some paper to the top. Now, out with the glue gun and I'm going to glue this handle to the centre of the lid. And now to paint a face on every one of these ping pong balls. So that's my little pumpkin faces all decorated. You can take your time and do lots of different faces. You can do all the same. It's up to you. Now I'm going to take my orange Kool-Aid. I absolutely love the smell on this. I use it to dye paper too. And when I do, the house smells fabulous. Mix this in. Smell that. Delicious. Now I'm going to take my ping pong balls and pop them into the jug, making sure that they're facing out. Oh, my last one's sad because he doesn't fit in. We'll have to think of another craft to use him on another time. And now I'm going to pour in the Kool-Aid. That one's floating. Now screw on the lid, which will pop that top one down. And as a final touch, I've got this ribbon that says boo. I love this. I think it's so funny. Boo. What else would it say? Make a bow shape. Cut the bottom off. Get a pipe cleaner, scrunch the middle of the bow. Pop the pipe cleaner around and twist it. Trim the ends off the bow. And attach the bow using the remains of the pipe cleaner to the stem of your jar, the specimen jar. So now I've got a jar of scary pickled pumpkins. Let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. Project, I'm going to use this sign. It was £2.50 in the works, half mark price of £1.25. Oh, I thought I'll do something with that. So take the prices off and I'm going to paint that. And also I've got some letters. I'm going to put these letters on my sign and I thought I'd show you them before I put them to the side. Any of you who like to do anagrams, maybe you can try guessing what this is going to say when I fix it to the sign. I'm going to paint the sign with this Art Studio acrylic paint in pumpkin orange. I'm not going to use a palette because I'll need so much. I can just pour it straight onto the wood. This paint just doesn't have the same coverage as some of my other paints, so you can still see the wood grain through. I quite like that for this project. That's why I've chosen to use this paint. But you may want to cover this completely, or if you want to, you can just stain it. Or you can leave it completely untreated if you want to too. There's no rules. Now I'm going to turn my letters upside down. So there's a P. Turn it that way. There's my K. Turn it that way. There is method in my madness. I've not gone completely bonkers. Get some masking tape, obviously more than that. Get plenty of masking tape. And now they're going to be so much easier to paint. So now we've got Mpasrf Aekikpun. That one's upside down, isn't it? There we go, pop it that way. And now they're all facing the right direction. Don't forget, always use an extremely high quality palette. I never do. And give your letters a nice little coat of paint. Again, you can use this thinly so you can see some wood grain, or you can put it on thickly to make sure you've got complete coverage. I am going for whatever I can do in one coat without fully loading these letters that they'll take so long to dry. So I think it's going to be pretty opaque. This PBO Studio Acrylics Opaque really is good, I find, for coverage. So now my sign is dry, I'm going to put this Keepin's Mupfer onto it, but I'm not going to put Keepin's Mupfer. Have you guessed yet what it is? Pumpkins! Now it's time to glue the letters on and then to add a few little decorations. These are the ones I think will look best. I'm going to put a creepy ghost at the top. Well, he's not really creepy, is he? He's quite fun really, but we won't tell him he's not scaring us because he's working really hard. Look at him. trying his best. Woo! And I'm going to put the pumpkin on the bottom. Now, I love the simplicity of this. It really makes me happy. I love the colour combination, orange, black and white. And I think it's, for me, it doesn't need any more, but you can add more if you want to. You could colour these all different colours. You could make the sign black and the letters orange and the pumpkin orange. You could add some florals. You could even do this for fall, not for Halloween. Take the spooky bits off and just put some florals and some little pumpkins on. But I love that as it is, so let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. This little character to make a cute Halloween character. Now you may think he's an alien, that's a bit weird. Yes, it is a bit weird, but the reason I want to do this is because I want to show you that you may not be able to get what I can get, but you can get anything. You can try to loosely interpret what it is you're looking for and come up with something. I wanted a little cute character, I couldn't find anything, and then I found him, so I thought, right, we'll adapt him, or her. Now, some black plastic sticky onto the little pumpkin's face. Well, he's a little pumpkin now. And let's see what he looks like. He's not looking at his best just yet, but there's more to come. Got some leaves. And I'm going to decorate him now with some leaves. All the way around to hide his little outfit. I would imagine he was celebrating the year 2000. Check for any places that you think you can see what he was in his previous life, and I can see some little silver bits poking out, so I'm going to cover those too. And then because he was a money box and we don't want him to be a money box anymore, we're going to cover the back of the head too. Now that is coming along nicely. I think the addition of one more decoration and he'll be done. I've got these spider rings. I got a huge bag of them in Hobbycraft. Cut the ring bits off. I'm going to glue one to the middle of his head and then a little spider on each antenna. But we shall call them creepy ears because he's not an alien, he's a monster. And look at that, it's the perfect little Halloween decoration. If you've got young children, you don't want to really scare them to death, but it's nice to have a tribute to scariness, then I think he's perfect. Well, let's have a look what he looks like up on my display. This next quick and easy Halloween project was inspired by this bag. I've got some pine cones, so I put them in a paper bag when they were nicely dried, scrunched the top and thought, that looks a bit like a pumpkin. So I'm going to make a pumpkin with it. I'm going to paint the bag orange, very roughly. Before the bag dries, get some yellow. Just some very light streaks up the bag. And if you've got some little people helping you, then it doesn't matter if they make mistakes. They can just get another paper bag and start again. And even as an adult, we all make mistakes. So then you can just throw it away. Nobody's ever got to see it. And then out with some green. and blend it in. Don't worry too much about getting a straight edge. Just get it as green as you can manage at the top. With little bits of brown will be fine because it is supposed to be a pumpkin stalk. We'll go all the way around the bag. Now I'm going to put my bag over this bottle to hold it up and let it dry. I've got a load of tissue paper here. I'm just going to stuff the bag with tissue paper. Tie the top with some twine and then make it into a pumpkin shape. Now to glue a few autumn leaves around the top. As many or as few as you like. 2 would look okay. I think I'm going to put some right the way around the pumpkin. I'm going to glue a flying witch to the front. And then some scary spiders all over the top of the pumpkin. These are the spiders that I got from the range, and I cut the rings off the back. The one thing that looks scarier than a spider, lots of spiders. So that pumpkin is, as you can see, very cheap to make, easy, quick, and a lot of fun. You could decorate it how you like. This is the sort of thing you could make with the whole family. It's so cute. Or if you're a teacher and you're looking for resources, how easy is that to make? Like, let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. For this quick and easy craft, I am going to do some painting. So if you want to make this even faster, then get a vase in the colour that you want or the style that you want with the decor you want so that you don't have to do anything to it. I'm just going to put a couple of coats of black paint onto this glass vase. This is a black chalk paint I've made myself. It's a little bit of black acrylic paint, PVA glue and some talc. I'm not sure what the proportions are because I'm not a very accurate person. I just keep blobbing it in at roughly equal proportions until it looks good. And now I'll let that dry. I've got 3 pieces of tulle lace here, about 35 by 35 centimetres. You don't have to be very accurate. And I've got a ping pong ball. So I'm going to draw a face of a ghost on my ping pong ball. Now to take my pieces of lace, one at a time, and cover these little ghost faces with a ghost body, like that. Try to leave enough time so your marker doesn't smudge. Obviously I didn't. I'm just going to tie loosely with a little piece of white pipe cleaner. Just roughly attack the bottom of the ghost, like that. Get a skewer. Open up your ghost's body, a little bit of hot glue and poke your skewer in. And I do the same for the other 2. Set these to one side and get on with the next stage. Take another ping pong ball and draw an eye. And now I'm going to take these flowers and open up the middle, snap some, it's got like a polystyrene ending. I'm going to add some hot glue, add an eyeball, and then glue the inner petals, and then glue the inner petals onto the eyeball. I'll set those to one side, and I do have a few little bits and pieces here. This you can see was taken off something else and still has lots of yucky glue on it. So I'm going to clean that off as well as I can. Glue that to a skewer. And this cute little pumpkin. Make a little hole with the skewer, add some glue, then pop the skewer back in. So now we're all set for the next stage. This is going so quickly when you think how many things we've made. Let's carry on. I'm also attaching these little ornaments, which are really cute. I got these from a car boot sale, 3 for £1. So I got quite a few of those. I drilled them there. I'm putting a skewer in with some glue. And then I can use these in the decoration too. So now for the fun part, the assembly. So I'm going to pop all 3 of those in. I've made them at staggering heights, as you can see. I mean staggering as in the different height, rather than, oh, how staggering, look how high those flowers are. Decide roughly how high I want those. I want the ghosts to be higher than the flowers. So they look like they're flying around just above them. And then fill the vase with bits and pieces. Although there seem to be a lot of stages, they really don't take very long, other than the painting, which always seems to take forever. So you can skip out the painting and this will still be very quick for you. You can even buy some ready-made picks. You can get flowers with eyeballs in them. I've seen those at the range. So that would make it even faster. Right, let's see what this looks like up on my display. If you're enjoying this video or have found it useful in any way, then please consider giving me a thumbs up. That will be brilliant. Thank you. For this quick and easy Halloween craft, I'm going to use this frame. I got this for 50p from the charity shop, and I'm going to use this t-shirt that I got for 20p from a charity shop. I'll start by doing all the usual things. Take the back out, take the mount out, take the glass out. I want to add a bit of creepiness to this frame, so I'm going to get my black homemade chalk paint and just do a very light brushing over it, just to give it that sort of creepy aged look. This won't take much paint and it won't take much time to dry. If you find some places you think you're a bit heavy-handed, just rub them off, start again. That's all I want to do, just a little bit of aging. I'll set it down to dry. So now I take the backboard, check which way up is the top. Always worth checking. I would know, I put things like this on the wrong way so many times. Cut the t-shirt roughly to size and I'm going to fold it in half and just snip a little snip at the top. Pop it lying face down. And now I know that that snip needs to be central of the frame. So that's where this is going to be going. Hopefully. Glue a few little dots of glue here and there to hold the frame or the backboard to the t-shirt. Bring the frame back up. I'm going to reuse the glass this time, which has slowed me down because I had to clean the glass. If you don't use the glass, you haven't got to clean it. Pop that into place. Pop in the backboard, push down the little legs. And look at that, you've got yourself a very old, very scary X-ray. Oh, that's a bit of fun. Now, if you want to, you can take some more time. You can decorate this. You could put a name plaque on the bottom of whoever's X-ray it's supposed to be. You could put spiders and scary things all around the outside. I think that speaks for itself. It's a bit of fun, so let's have a look what this looks like up on my display. this quick and easy Halloween craft, I'm taking an empty tin, some fur fabric that I cut off an old jacket, the end of a piece of driftwood, and 2 sleeves from a t-shirt that I just used to make an x-ray. I pop the first sleeve over the can, and then a little bit of glue inside, not a lot, just to make sure it doesn't keep popping down. Turn it over, now we need a beard. Glue that into place on the tin. Tie the top of the other sleeve with a bit of twine, and then you need to stuff up inside this hat. You can use anything to stuff this. I'm going to use some tissue paper because I've got a lot of it around at the moment. Making sure the seam is to the back, pop the other sleeve on like a hat, and then roll the edge to make it look a bit neater. Then take my nose, or my nose, the gnome's nose, lots of hot glue, lift his hat up just a little bit and pop it into place. You want the hat to look like it's being pushed down onto the nose like that. Fur is a bit like glitter. When you've used it, you'll have it with you for weeks. Now, to make this gnome look really menacing and scary, I'm going to stick a bat on his hat. I know, it's only a cute Halloween. To speed up colouring things, I found that you can use a felt pen or a marker, and it's so much quicker and it takes hardly any time to dry. You really don't have to consider a drying time. I can't find my black marker, but as you can see, a Posca pen does just as good a job. So now I'm going to glue this to the top of my menacing gnome's hat. And now, because he's really menacing, we're going to add some spiders too. Ooh, what a creepy gnome. So there we have one quick and easy Halloween gnome. There are other ways you can make this gnome a little more time consuming and add detail. You can give him hair around the back. You can jazz up his outfit with lots of different colours, or you can make different types of outfits for him. You can spend a little bit longer drawing all over his hat with a pen, with a Posca pen if you wanted to, in white. You can actually cut out a gnome pointy hat shape and then stuff that. All these little things will add a nice bit of detail but will take time. If you want something quick and easy, then this is the best I've come up with. Let's have a look what he looks like up on my display. If you dare. Woo! I've cut out the shape of a witch's hat from one side of an Amazon envelope, cardboard envelope, and now I'm going to glue that onto the other side. I've still got fur around from my gnome, and then cut that out. I'm going to put a layer of glue all over the front of the hat, and then glue on this piece of foam. It doesn't quite fit the end there, but I'll be fine. If you've got a piece that fits the end, even better. And now, cut it out. When you cut, try to angle the scissors in at the bottom, and it'll just round off the edge a little bit more smoothly for you. And then cut any bit you missed at an angle too. I've got some really scary cobweb fabric here. I'm going to cover this with my cobweb fabric. Before you start, if you cut it, make sure you give yourself tons of extra fabric, but it will help to cut it down to size a little bit. dip into any internal corners. Not going too far like I think I may have done. And if you glue the bottom section, then the middle section, then the top section, it'll be a lot more even. I'm going to use this tatty bit of burlap, roll it up, and then glue it into place around the bottom of the hat. Cut off some of the excess, fold it over, and more hot glue. Now you need to add your hanger. Now if you put your hanger at the top there, if you hold it carefully, you'll notice that the hat doesn't hang straight. So keep checking where you can hold it and then it'll stay straight, and that is where you want to fix your hanger. Pop it into place and add a little bit of masking tape. Now I take a piece of fabric, 15 by 25. Fortunately this has got selvaged edge, so I don't need to put a hem. If it hasn't, just hot glue a little hem. Fold over about an inch away from that, another blob of glue, fold over and work your way right along the top of your piece of fabric. And then run a line of hot glue down the side, the long edge there from top to bottom. And then starting at the bottom edge, just push that together. I got a pair of boots here. You can buy this sort of thing in shops. You could make yourself a little pair of cardboard ones if you can't find one, or not do the bottom half of the witch. I'm going to stick that in there and let it dry. And then poke this up inside my witch's dress and glue it into place. And then bring the back of the dress forward, pushing up some of the stuff in, and then gluing that to the stick and to the front fabric. Now I put some glue on the bottom of the hat, on the back side, and push this into place. And then just to be sure, I'm going to come over the top with some masking tape. And then for good measure, we need a little spider that lives in the webs on the witch's clothing. And I think I'm going to glue a black bead to the end of the hat too. You can add as many embellishments to this as you like. To keep it quick and easy, then I think there is enough on this that it looks like a finished ornament. Right, let's have a look what it looks like up on my display. For this quick and easy craft, I'm going to use this scarecrow. He's on a stick. He's supposed to go in your garden, and I'm going to pull the stick out. I've got this piece of wood that's 9 inches by 3.5, and I've drilled a hole into each corner. And I've got some plaited twine that I've kept over from a different project that's going to come in very handy. Now this scarecrow looks far too happy for a Halloween scarecrow. So the first thing I'm going to do is give him a pumpkin face. Well, that paint didn't work too well, so I'm going to try a different paint. Ah, that's better. This is a Liquitex concentrated paint. This is really doing the job. And now I just take my darker paint and put a few lines on just to add a bit more interest so that the face isn't a solid colour. It is a more convincing Scary Pumpkin. While the face is finishing off drying, I'm going to remove these flowers. They're far too pretty for a Scary Pumpkin. And that is the perfect place to use up even more of my scary spiders. I've done 20 Halloween projects and I've still got all these spiders left. I think they'll be around for a few years yet. Now I've removed the stick, this head's a little bit wobbly. So I'm going to stick a skewer right up through where the stake used to be. To decorate the scarecrow's face, I've lightly drawn in the eyes, and I'm going to do those before I draw on the rest, just to make sure I've got everything right. They may turn out a bit wonky, but that really doesn't matter on something like a scarecrow. While the scarecrow is drying, I'm going to tie a little 2-loop bow in a black ribbon and pop that there. I'm going to put an extremely long dovetail on this. Like that. I think it looks a little bit more spooky. I suppose we better remove the price. This was £5 for a giant decorative scarecrow. I got it for £1.25 in the sale. You know me, I don't like paying full price for anything. Out with this piece of wood, cut the twine to 4 equal lengths, tie a knot in the end, but only in the one end, glue the other end to make sure it doesn't fray, and then poke the untied end through the piece of wood. Hold your wood down the one end, making sure it's level. Now you can't quite see what I'm doing, but I'm getting all these pieces of twine all matched up so that that sits evenly on the bottom. That's there. And I'm holding that there. And then I'm going to tie a knot in all these. Easier without finger protectors. And then give it a nice tug. And trim the top. Now I'm going to get Mr. Scarecrow and glue him to the seat. Fold it over where his bottom would be. Put lots of hot glue. And put him in place. Now I'm going to glue his legs to the swing. You could, if you wanted to, if you've got a scarecrow like this, stuff his legs. But I'm quite happy with flat legs because he's supposed to look a bit scary and weird. And I'm going to pop some glue under here too. To just hold him a little bit more in a sitting position. And now, glue Mr. Scarecrow's hands to his swing so he doesn't fall off. He wants to hold tight. And there we go. It's a scarecrow on a swing that you can use outdoors on your porch or you can use in the house. Let's see what this looks like up on the display. this next craft, I'm going to use some bits and pieces. I'm going to use a wood round, which is actually quite oval, a pumpkin face, some popsicle sticks or lollipop sticks cut up, a little tiny piece of balsa wood, some gorgeous little sea urchin shells. First thing I'm going to do is break out the furniture finishing wax, Rust-Oleum in dark, and I'm going to give everything a coat of this. Just to darken it down a little bit. Because this is Halloween themed, then I just thought maybe dark would be better than light. Using a pencil, I write pumpkins 50 cents. With a glue gun, and I'm going to glue that cross member onto the sticky up bit. Whatever the sticky up bit is called. We call it the post. So the cross member is glued to the post. Look at that. Now I want to glue the pumpkin to this wood round, but there's not a lot of space to stick that onto. So I'm going to stick this little piece on first of balsa wood, very near the back. And then glue the pumpkin into place, like that. Now we need our little sign glued into place too. Put some hot glue around the base of the sign and add some grit all the way around. Make it look like pebbly, sort of stony things. So that's what this looks like, and now I'm going to glue on some pumpkins. And there we got a creepy pumpkin store. I think that's lovely. I just love the natural look on this. But let's have a look what it looks like up on my display. Halloween project, I'm going to use this hoop. Now you may hear a funny noise in the distance. That's my husband packing things. You can hear the sellotape roller. This was just a circular plain wreath. Oh, he's getting very over enthusiastic with that sellotape. This was just a plain wreath. I covered it for another project in this raffia, and I finished with that project now. Whoops, look, I've left the lid off my plate. Tut tut, silly me. And I've got this yarn that I picked up in the charity shop. I can't remember how much I paid for it. Oh, no, that says £4.49. I did not pay £4.49 for this. You know me? It was probably 50p or a pound, or possibly even 20. So I'm going to cover this hoop with this wool. I think this one's those ones you make a scarf with, but I'm not going to make a scarf. I'm going to cover my hoop. I think I'll double it because it should go much faster that way. And I'm not going to leave the bits too long, because if you leave them too long, oh, it really does take forever. And it gets knotted up and it can be a bit of a mess. So best way to start, I find, is fold it in half, make a loop, put the ends through the loop, and then you're on your way. So now you need to go round and around. And if, like me, you've got an edge sticking out, pull it off or snap it off. If it's a bit of wire, then you can sand it down. Otherwise it will catch your yarn and drive you bananas. Even so, it's a little bit more work like that, but I'd rather that and be able to reuse my craft things than just throw them away when I'm fed up of them. I do like to upcycle, reuse them, and if I saw it in a charity shop or a thrift store, I'd buy it. So it's my own thrift store when I check out my old decorations I don't want anymore. As I finish this off, you can see I didn't realise that this wool is actually quite variegated. I started off, it was very light. Then I found a very dark patch, and now it's going light again. So it's not very uniform. But again, being Halloween, I think we'll easily get away with that. You don't need anything perfect with Halloween. It's all a bit damaged, a bit creepy, a bit scary, a bit out of the ordinary. Finish it off. Chop off the end. And I love that. Now that, I think if you use this yarn, you could put some Christmas baubles on that and turn it into a Christmas decoration, a Christmas wreath. You could put some, if you had this in like a green, you could put flowers on it for the summer. You could just put it yellow and put some bees on it. So there are lots of alternatives you can do with this yarn. So if you see it, oops, cut that end off, I'd recommend you pick it up because it's great fun. But that's not what we're going to be doing. And there's a reason I'm making this, and it's all because I saw something in the shop. It's these. I saw them, look at the size of them. I just couldn't resist them. I thought, there's got to be something I can do with these. Now, I know it looks a little bit like Cookie Monster. It's not supposed to be, but this is a happy Halloween decoration. It's not a scary one by any means. So I've got that. And I've got some leftover bits of glow-in-the-dark skeletons. So I thought we could use those. And I'm also not sure about this. I've got these extra thick pipe cleaners. So I was having a look whether I could make sort of creepy eyebrows with them. I think he's looking more like a Muppet all the time. So we'll take that off. And first what I'm going to do is glue his eyes so I can put them at the top. I can put them here. If I put them wonky, I don't like that. So, where do you think? There? No, there, I think. I'm going to go there. Right, so there's the eyes, and they're nice and googly. And I've got all these body parts. So I've got, what's that, is that a foot? You can't really tell the difference. Oh, I've got a pelvis. They used to call Elvis the pelvis, didn't they? What should I do with that? I just wondered if maybe we could use it. Let's get some legs and things. Oh, no, that's definitely a foot. And it's too long. Unless you want a very long one. If I show you, if I put that in place. Oh, can't really show you. That's about 3 foot long, so it'll make him look quite scary. But then again, maybe I ought to just put it this. Yeah, I think that then's more animated. So I'm going to take that off there. And that one off there. And I've still got a pelvis and some bones. So I'm going to stick these behind because I think it'll work better with them behind and you won't see all these spongy bits. But I don't want to chop them off because they'll be good for getting a bit of grip. So which way up do the hands want to go? That way. So quite high on the body. I want it to look very humorous. I don't need it to look serious. Oh, that's hot. Put that in place there. And then do the same with the legs. Now, you can put a hanger on this. I got a nice nail in the wall that I can hook this onto, so I'm not going to put a hanger on. I think it'd be lovely the way it is. So what do you think? If I move that up there, then. That's him with eyebrows. You give him a moustache. Not that makes him look like a cat. That's not going to work, is it? No, I'm not sure about eyebrows. What about big eyelashes? I could put 2 big long ones like that, or I could fold them in half. What do you think of this idea? And do 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to pop some glue on the edge there. I don't know where I need it, so I'm just going to stick it everywhere. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there you go. What do you think of my very cute Halloween excuse for using some big googly eyes? I absolutely love him. Here's a pretty doll. I can't remember now if I paid like 25p for her or had her for nothing. It was a ridiculous bargain. And I thought, I'm sure I can do something with that. And I thought of the perfect thing to do. So, first thing we need to do is take this bag off. It's really, I wonder if we can, no, we just cut it off. I think it'd be quicker. Like that. Ooh, I wonder if there's anything in it. It's just padding, wadding stuff. And now I need to take her dress off. Or at least pull it down over her shoulders. And this is going to be really drastic. I'll tell you what, we'll take her off the stand. This is ridiculous trying to make her do things on the stand. Come on, off you come. There we go. Oh, pull the bloomers down. Come on, you'll never be a lady with your bloomers around your ankles. Pull them up. There we go. Oh, she's really had a hard time. Somebody smashed her there, but I don't mind. And she's been fixed with one of these plastic ties. That's going to be a challenge. So I'm going to undo that. There we go. pull that out. And now I can hear you say, no, don't do that. Her head will fall out. Exactly. Ow! Oh, stop complaining. Now you can go over there. Okay. And now I've got this. Now, you may think, hang on a minute, we're not doing Halloween, we're doing Dark Academia. And I am, because I've also got one of these. Whoops, I got my needle there. And this is a bunny rabbit, and perfect for the spring. And not only is it perfect for the spring, but I think this is going to be perfect for a Dark Academia theme spring. So first thing I'm going to do is take the bunny's head off. No, don't take my head off. Quiet. Don't worry, he's fully anaesthetised. He can't feel a thing. Oh, yes, I can. Just be quiet. You'll be fine. Okay. Chop all the way around. I think I'm going to need a bigger scissors. Oop. I could cut it where the actual seam is, and it would be a bit neater, but I want to have a bit more fur. I was going to say flesh, a little bit more fur hanging down. And I'm going to put that away because you never know when that'll come in handy. Now I got this, and I'm going to get a needle with some very thick cotton on. This is actually crochet cotton. I think it's really good for binding journals, sewing up anything like this that really needs a bit of extra oomph. And now don't worry if you don't like sewing. It's really not sewing. It's just poking a peg in a hole. You go in the hole and out the hole, in the hole and out the hole, and just doing a in and out all the way around this hole. Making sure you're not too close to the edge, because otherwise it'll just pull out. I'm trying to go just in, if the seam is here, I'm going just the other side of the seam, and you'll be able to feel that with your fingers when you're putting your fingers inside to hold it in place. And then when you get back to the beginning, tie a knot and pull it tight. Meow. You can really get some pressure on this. You still can't pull it ridiculously tight, it would snap, but it will take an awful lot of pressure. And tie another knot, and there we go. One bunny head. Now if you want to, you can put something in here just to hold it tight, but I think that's pretty firm. If you have a look, this is nicely tight and well stuffed and shaped, so it's not going to go anywhere. So I think that'll be fine. When I put some glue around here, the head should be held in just the right position. So while I'm waiting for my glue gun to warm up, I'm just going to take this off her a little bit. I'm going to take it off her completely. Put her over there. And I'm going to take my brown, because I think this is a bit bright and cheerful for Dark Academia. And got this brown ink pad, and I'm going to go over this dress and the lace. Just make it look really old and aged, because Dark Academia, the word dark should give you a hint. You want things dark, but if you're making this just for a happy bunny scene for your house, and you're not worrying about it being Dark Academia, you wouldn't need to darken it at all. Oh yes, I think that looks much more Dark Academia theme, so I need to do it at the top as well. This is one of those jobs that will get you absolutely covered in ink. Yes, it started. By the time I finished, I'll be a right mess. What I like about this is it's going through the holes in the lace and actually darkening some of the fabric underneath, so it's really aging it. You can see there, I definitely think for Dark Academia, that half of the dress is much better than that. Oh, look at that. I look like I've been playing out in the mud. Look at me. It's really mucky brown, this one. I'm not sure what brown it is. Cocoa brown. Yes, it is a bit chocolatey, isn't it? I think I'm going to highlight some of that bow with some brown as well, just to try and give that a little bit more darkness and age. Not too much. I'm not going to try covering it completely, but just like as if it's well worn and been in some dusty, grotty place for a while. And now I'm going to put a row of hot glue, first of all, underneath the neck there, and then I'm going to push the neck onto the hot glue so that stays in place. Makes it a bit more secure. Now I'm going to put a nice wodge of hot glue all the way around. Like that. If you don't put enough on, then you'll get a wobbly head. And we can't be doing with wobbly heads on our dark academia items. Far too amusing. And then make sure it's central. Like that. And push it on and hold it into place. So now we've got a rather weird creature. It's got a rabbit's head, human arms, human legs and a human body. Ooh, very creepy. So now let's pop the dress back on. But now I think we've made the body, or at least the dress, look like it could be 100 years old because it's rather grubby. Pop that into place. And I don't think this is going to do up around this bunny's neck. That doesn't matter. I can put some hot glue down the back there. Hold it into position. Oh, look, poor old bunny, he's got his fingers jammed. There we go. And now we need to stick bunny back in the holder. I really need to stop calling this bunny. It doesn't sound very scientific, does it? We will put in this strange rabbit specimen back onto its stand. Yes, I like that. This is a rabbit specimen, okay? Strange rabbit specimen. What do you think? I'm a really weird rabbit. What do you think? I'm a rabbit specimen. So that's a really easy dark academia project you can make. And you can put a more old looking rabbit's head on. I didn't have a really old looking one, but if you did, then that would look better. Or even one that's broken. That really doesn't matter because just the damage would add to the look of this. So now, what are we going to do with our doll's head? Well, I'll show you on the next project. And now we're going to deal with this doll's head and make another dark academia craft. For now, she has to go out of the way. Pop her over there because we've got some painting to do. And I've got this green lid off a jar that I'm going to have to paint black. And also this candlestick, which I'm going to give a really heavy dry brushing of. Well, that's the plan. I may completely cover it in black. I'll see what it looks like. But first things first, let's make a start on this plastic lid. I like to make my chalk paint fairly thick. That way then you can put less layers on. But this black over a green plastic, I think is going to take at least 2 layers. Alright, so that's the first layer on there. Now I'm going to try a dry brush layer and see if it's going to be better with dry brushing on it or whether to go the whole hog and cover it completely in black. Always best to do this. If you can not commit yourself and try one plan and then try another, it gives you that second attempt. Otherwise, if you painted it all black and thought, no, I only wanted like a dry brush effect, then you've got to paint the thing white again and then paint it black again. That's an awful lot of work. I don't think I'm liking this dry brush effect on this. I think I'm going for completely covering it. But at least I tried. And I now know I want it completely covered. And chalk paint on wood should stick better and should dry faster. I'm painting this, but I've actually got 2 alternatives and I'm not sure which one is going to look best. So I want to ask you your opinion at the end. It's great having you chatting and telling me what things you like and what things you would have changed, things like that. And it's great because then anybody reading the comments can all read your comments and pick up new ideas, and that way we all learn together. You come up with such brilliant ideas. Never ceases to amaze me when I make a craft. You see it and it inspires you. That's the whole thing with seeing somebody else crafting. If you want to, you can make identical, but it's always nice to add a bit of yourself in. And woo, when somebody adds a bit of themselves in, it's amazing just how a little tweak makes a huge difference. Oh, this is going on really nicely. I don't mind this sort of painting. I find it quite therapeutic. Painting on plastic and metal and glass can be rather stressful if you're like me and you're a bit impatient and a bit ham-fisted. So now I'm going to use my drill. Now this has got the wrong bit in it, so I thought, well, I'll show you. I'm not sure if you call that the bit or the drill, but I'll show you how you change one of these. So on my drill, you just push that button, which reverses the action. Hold the front, don't hold this bit, you'll hurt your hand. Hold just the front bit, and then a couple of little presses on the trigger, and it'll open this up. You can take your drill out, put your new drill in, then push this button the other way towards you. Hold that front bit again, don't hold this bit, and slowly tighten it, and you make sure it's central as you're doing it. Like that, until it goes a little... I'm not sure at what point you're supposed to stop. I just find as soon as it's uncomfortable to hold, I let it go, take my finger off the trigger, and it's fine. It's tight enough for me. So now I want to drill a hole in the centre of this lid. It's still a little bit wet, but then again, you know me, I never let things dry. I'm not sure if this is big enough, so we're going to find out by screwing this ball into the hole. I think it's too small. If you do it too loose, it doesn't matter, because you can just use a bit of glue to hold it in place. This is just a knob off a curtain tie back holder thing. It goes all the way in to there. And now, got a knob on the top for lifting up my cloche. There's a big blob of paint there. We're not going to look at that, okay? It's not really there. You'll know it's there because it'll end up all on my hands now. So now take your little, whatever you call it, your lid of your cloche. Get a drill and make a hole. I'm not sure which is the best way to attack this. Try this way. Rub that bit off, and I'll touch that up as well later. Otherwise I'm going to be really badly covered. I'm pretty badly covered now. Now get a string of lights. I got these ones from Temu. Just be careful, they were a really good price, and then it was only when I got them back I realised that they didn't include batteries. So it's not a huge difference then to buy the batteries. I think they were 12 for £1, but still it's an expense that I wasn't planning on. So just be careful when you do that sort of thing. Always check every detail. See if they say things like batteries included. So I'm going to poke those through. Get the last one in. And then I'm going to glue this switch to the back here. So you're always going to have a front and a back on your lid. Because if you don't put it in exactly the right position, you will see this big lump. It's just pity they haven't come up with a smaller one of these yet. They are rather in your face, aren't they? Rather large. You could paint it black as well. So now I'm going to pop this in a jar so it doesn't fall over. And I'm going to get my lights and wind these to be roughly the size of the inside of the jar. Very, very roughly. Them in, and then I'm going to use my glue gun, just fix them in a couple of places. This hasn't got to be terribly neat, but be careful, because if you've put a lot of hot glue down, then you're still going to feel the heat if you hold it too long. Oh look, glue strings everywhere. No surprise there, I've always got glue strings everywhere. And I'm going to put that over there to cool. Now I'll show you my two options. I'm going to use this as a cloche. It's one of those, I think it's a goldfish bowl. I got it from the pound shop over in the UK. It'll be available in Dollar Tree, Hobby Lobby probably, places like that, Dollar General. You should be able to find one somewhere. They're always in stock. Now I'm either going to put it on this little plinth here. I love this. It's a really old-fashioned dated plinth. Poor thing's had woodworm at some point. I don't think it's got it anymore. I hope not. No, it's pretty good. It's been treated. And I could put that on there like that and have a low plinth. Or I can stick that on top of there and then, problem again with the camera, put it on there and have a really high plinth. Now, I think the high plinth is better. What do you think? What would you have done? Low or high? So now we'll pop those out of the way for a minute, and I'm going to take the doll's hair off. Try not to get her cut. Oh, it's getting worse. I'm trying to fix it and it's getting worse. Do you reckon I'm the messiest crafter on YouTube? I reckon if there was a prize for the messiest crafter on YouTube, I'd at least be in the running. I'd be in the nominees. Oh, right. So now let's try taking her hair off. Oh, this is called the wig on a China doll. So off with her wig. They usually peel off quite well. Like that. I'm going to keep that wig for future use. I'll be able to do something with it. Ooh, I could make a really creepy bunny for Halloween without a head. Nah, that's not going to work, is it? No, we have to think of something else. Anyway, I digress. So now I want to cover this here with something strange, and I thought to go for something rather weird and wonderful. So I've got some plants here. I don't know how far they'll go in. I think I'm going to have to chop these. Yep, let's get my pliers out. My big one, I think. Chop these off. And checking the height. No, that's too tall. It's going to have to be shorter ones. And I just happen to have some shorter ones here. So I've used these before, as you can see on another project. Let's clear off some of the bottom gunge on that. Or the hot glue. Whoops, the bits and pieces. I always reuse everything. Well, not everything, but most things I'll reuse. I wonder if that was essential. It doesn't seem to be coming apart, so I'll put it there. So I think I will glue that. Have I got a bigger one? I don't like those ones. The fact that I don't like them because they're really weird looking might be good for something like this. Right, so let's chop the end off that one. And if that's going to go on the front there, I'll need something on the back too. Aha, I can put one each side. I've got two of these. So let's try gluing these into place and see how it goes. I could regret this. I'm not one of these crafters that always does prototype. I usually get the idea and then think, right, here we go. Let's just try it. So I'm going to hold those in place just for a couple of minutes, just so they get a really good grip. You really need to put plenty of hot glue on something as uneven as this. It's not as if it's got a flat bottom going onto a flat head. The head is rounded and the bottom is very bitty. See if I can take my hands off. Yep, that's pretty good. But now you can see there's still a large amount at the front that needs fixing. So let's have a look what we can do with these. Yeah, I think I'm going to glue those into place on the front of her head. Sorry you can't really see everything. She looks like a forest Medusa. All strands hanging down. I think the front is pretty good. Let's have a look at the back. Oh, we need to put something on the back. She's got a rather large bald patch at the back. I'm going to pop some of these leaves, I think, in the back. That would be fun. I think they're eucalyptus leaves, are they? I'm not quite sure. They're just really to cover the bald bit. You won't see the back because, as I showed you, you've got the battery box on the back, so you can't really have a major bit of the back of her head on display. Unless you don't mind people seeing the battery box. And if you painted the battery box black, as I said, then that'll probably cover quite a lot. Some of those there. And I think I'll put some dangles coming down the back as well. If she's going to be a semi-Medusa, then she does need to have rather an extravagant hairstyle, doesn't she? I hope I've got the right name now. Say Medusa, and you won't be saying, no, that wasn't Medusa. I think it was. So now we just need another little bit of something in the front. more of these, so I'll use those. It's a good idea not to glue these pieces to your finger, like I just did on my thumb. I went like that and it stuck to my thumb. And it was very hot, it hurt. So now, it's time to glue her head onto the plinth. As centrally as possible. Nice wood of hot glue. And on she goes. Now I'm going to set that to one side as we start to sort out this cloche. Everything in there should be dry now, yep. Find out where this is going to fit and then you can glue it into place. Oh, that battery box looks bigger every time I see it. Right into place. So now let's try the lights in our cloche. Yes, they work. If you look up inside, they don't look very pretty, but you're not going to see that. So let's turn them off. And let's see if this fits over. Yes, I think that's going to be fine. So the next thing we need to do is to decide if it's going to be a low cloche or a high cloche. And I think a high one. So I'm going to put it up there. Well, before I do, I'll put a little bit of this filling in. I wanted to put some of this in and you're not going to be able to see me doing it. So I'll do it now. I just thought I'd put some around her neck to almost look like a mist, like a little bit of spookiness. Not tons and tons of it. I don't want her looking like she's got a fur collar on like Santa. Just a little bit of ethereal, misty stuff. And it also covers the glue. Always good to have an idea to cover your glue blotches. So just a little tiny bit around. Like that. Then you can't see where her neck begins or ends. You don't know if it's a gory looking neck. All you can tell is she's got a neck. Now it's time to glue this onto the plinth. So around the outside with some hot glue. It's much easier if you put this on first because then you can turn the whole thing upside down and make sure you are very central. But if I do that, you won't be able to see anything I'm doing. So I do mine after the fact. About there. Yes, that'll do. About there. Push it into place. Put my cloche on the top. Turn it around so the battery box is at the back. You can see I definitely need to paint a bit more black on there. Probably won't get that done before I film this up on my desktop, but it will be getting blacker eventually. So now, turn on the light, and it gives her a little bit of lighting as well. So let's all see what this looks like when it's stood up properly. For this dark academia craft, I'm going to use another China doll's head. I've had a quick try at pulling the wig off this one and it's pretty firmly stuck, so I may need to take some extra time to get that off, and if not, we'll give her some sort of strange haircut instead. But I need to put her to one side because I've got this lantern. I got this when I was over in France at a street market, or a brocante they call them, and I got this for, I think it was either 50 cents or €1, which is roughly equivalent to £1, or I suppose $1. There's not a lot of differences there in the currency anymore. But I don't want this bright shine to it. I want it to look a little bit more aged and mysterious. So we're going to do something magical with cinnamon. Get yourself a very expensive palette. I like to use scrap paper, scrap cardboard, anything like that. And I got some paint. I'm not using my most expensive paints. These ones I had to do a review on, a couple of years ago now, I think. And they're not as good quality as some of the others I've used. They're quite good, but they're not the top. So I do find that they're not as opaque as I would like. So I'm going to do a couple of splurts of different colours. I want some black and some light brown and some dark brown. Nope, nothing left in there. Well, I'm going to work with light brown and black then. So now I'm going to work on sections of this lantern. It's much easier if you've got something flat. But I haven't, so this will do. So I'm just going to start on the front here, and there is a little bit of where they'd stuck a price sticker on it. But it doesn't matter because we're going to really rough this up. Just wondering with this one, sometimes you can pull the handle off. No, can't pull the handle off that. It would make it less clattery. It'll be fine. So now using the black, I'm just going to blodge it just to one side so that you can see what I'm doing, and I'm not going to make a terrible mess. Well, in theory, I bet I'll manage anyway. I'm just going to blodge bits of acrylic paint all over. I think you could probably do this with chalk paint. I'm not sure. I've never tried it with chalk paint, but I don't see any reason why not. Let me know if you've tried it with chalk paint. And now, cover it all. This is really therapeutic because you can't do this wrong, because you don't even need to cover it all as such, and you don't want to paint it on, you want to blob it on. You want it to look quite old and tatty. It will take more paint probably than you assume because it's so thick when it goes on. And now you don't even need to clean your brush because you want a little bit of mixing of the colours, and blob some of this all over it as well. The lighter brown. The thicker you blob it, the longer it is going to take to dry. Just bear that in mind. So if you're really in a hurry, do it thinner and you just won't have so much texture. I'm trying to get a good bit of texture on this. Whatever size you're doing, get yourself a tray so you've got plenty of working room. Because you want to catch all this cinnamon, and then just sprinkle it over the top. Yeah, not complete coverage, but more coverage than not, unless you want to have just a slightly rusty look. Turn it upside down, give it a bash, and now that side is ready to dry and is looking really old and rusty. So we need to do the other side, and I won't bore you with this. It's going to be the same thing over the whole thing, and I'll come back to you when I've finished. And this is what you end up with now. Doesn't that look old and tatty and rusty? So I'm going to put this down to dry and get on with the next part of the job and wash my brush. I managed to get the wig off this doll. It was rather difficult. It took me a while, but it's off and I'll keep that. Always useful for something or other. And I'm going to take off this little like skull top like that. And she's left with a hole in her head. And there's a few bits of hair sticking out. So I'm just going to chop those roughly. I don't actually mind if they stay there because it adds a little bit of texture. And I've covered her eyes. I don't want them, they're like glass eyes, and I want those still looking normal. So I put this little bit of washi tape on the top just to cover the most of them. You know how I haven't got a steady hand, so it seemed like a good idea. But I actually like the red eyes now. But I think maybe that's a little bit more Halloween-y than dark academia. So that'll be coming back off. With no expense spared, I'm going to use a brand new palette. And I'm going to use this PBO Studio Acrylic High Viscosity Ivory Opaque. This is one of my favourites. I think it is the favourite. I don't know if it's the best, but of the ones I've tried, it's the best paint for me. I've not got any sponsorship or affiliate with them. I'm just letting you know that it's a really nice paint. So now I need to paint this doll. She's looking far too healthy. I want her to look dead almost. So I'm going to paint her in this ivory colour. Not so much dead, but more like she's a specimen than she's a person who you've pulled the hair off. It really is worth keeping an eye out for these dolls in thrift stores and in car boot sales or yard sales, because the more modern ones, everybody's trying to get rid of them. So it's a perfect time to buy them. I'm going to put some paint on her eyelashes. The theory is eventually they may stick to her actual head. So she's still got eyelashes, but they're sort of attached. I don't know if that'll work. They may ping back off. We'll find out. What I like about these is they're professionally made and they were selling for a fortune. But if you look inside there, I don't know if you can see, right in there, the eyes are like, I'm not sure if they're glass or plastic, and then they just completely blobbed in with some sort of glue. They haven't tried to make it a good, neat job where you can't see, which is good because sometimes when you're crafting, you think, oh yes, I've had to hide all the bits that are scruffy because I'm not very good at crafting. No, it's just that most people, if things are not seen, don't worry about them being neat and tidy. And this is a professional job and it's still not that neat and tidy. So now that's dry, you can see it there. I'm going to bring out some chalk paint. Now you can do this stage in chalk paint really, but I decided I wanted to do it in the acrylic because I thought it had more chance of the eyelashes sticking. And it gives it a really nice solid base as well. I don't know if that makes any difference if you're going to use chalk paint anyway. And I'm just going to get a dry brush, which just means drying your brush off as much as you can. Just do a little bit of dotting all over. Now, don't panic, this looks a little bit weird, but it will get better. Just want to make it look more like bone than rather like it's just been painted ivory, which I think it does. And I know the face wouldn't really be bone, but it would if it was, well, it would be stone if it was fossilised, wouldn't it, not bone. But it's the look I want to go for, so why not? It really doesn't take much paint at all when you're doing dry brush technique. I think you end up with more left on your palette after you've dried your brush than you actually use on the item. Well, depending on the size, obviously. If you're doing something like a chest of drawers or a table, then that's not the truth. Now I'm going to use a little bit of my brown chalk paint, which is just brown acrylic with a little bit of chalk in it. Well, it's not chalk, it's talc. Same thing. Make sure you're nice and dry. It doesn't matter if you pick up a bit of the other colour on your palette anyway. And now do a little bit more blobbing. I'm going to start this at the back because it's quite a dark colour, just to make sure I haven't got it wrong. And the advantage if you're doing this sort of things, if you get something wrong and you think you've done it a bit dark, I think her forehead may be a little bit too dark, you just go back over it. It's quite therapeutic and dries really quickly. One, because it's chalk paint, and two, because there's hardly any paint on it anyway. I've got a really long paintbrush that keeps hitting my light. I keep threatening to saw them down a little bit because I never use the full extent of a paintbrush. I want to add a different colour. I want to add a bit of grey, and I don't have any grey chalk paint. So I'm just going to add a little bit. I know, I'm a messy worker. A little bit of talc. Mix it in with the grey. And it's a sort of grey chalk paint. Test blob on the back where the hair is. Now that's what I think I needed. That's much more the sort of thing I was looking for. As you can see, just by adding layer after layer, the more layers you do, the more realistic I think it looks. I've done more to the front than the back. You need to make sure you do the back just as well. It's just, it'll take me too long and I have to get this video edited. So that will do. Put my paint away and then we'll take the masking tape off the eyes. So the time has come. Let's see how much of a mess I made of these eyes. Oh, I think that worked out pretty good. Let's try this one. Oh, I'm pleased with that. For me, that's very neat, isn't it? Right, let's pop her down there. And let's get on with the next bit. I have this. I've got several of these. They were off a little bonsai plastic tree. I picked this up in a car boot sale for £1 because most of the branches were there, but most of the leaves weren't. So I've got some nice chunky bits of leaves. So it was a reasonable way of buying myself some greenery. Now I'm going to use this to decorate this head, but I don't want to decorate it yet because otherwise it won't fit inside my lantern. because I can't take the lantern apart, and I have made sure, and she does fit through, but she doesn't fit through with things on her head. So we're going to set her to one side and bring the lantern back. So now to put the head into the lantern. Now you can either put it up on something, a block in the bottom of your lantern and then raise her up. But because I want to make this into a spring one, I am going to lower her down. You can still see it's a head, but I want to put something green on top, as you saw. And now she's stuck. I didn't want her to drop right down. She's dropped right down, and now look at that face. She's peeking out of there. That's really not going to work. Oh, I'm going to have to spend a few minutes trying to pull her back up. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Oh, there we go. She got jammed on the candle holder. Right, okay. Change of plan number 73. I'm going to put some hot glue onto this tumbling block, loads of it. Pop the tumbling block onto the little lump in the bottom, so she can't fall on top of it. And then I'm going to glue her to that tumbling block, I think. Don't think she's going to stay otherwise. So, a bit of glue, pop her back in. There, she's more the height I wanted now. I'll show you. Sorry you can't see everything that's going on. She's there now. But now she's too high and you can't see the hair. Right, okay then, change of plan again. I'm just going to put some little bits around the back of her head where you can see them. And then we'll decorate the rest. So I'll pop these in, and when they're in place, I'll show you what it looks like. So there she is with the top of her hair done. And now I'm just going to put some greenery around the bottom because we do need to hide the gap. And I think it'll look nice too. What I love about a craft like this is you can take any sort of lantern. You can take one that's painted bright orange if you wanted to, and a really modern one. As long as you can get the bulb out and the fitting inside, then you'll be fine. So there we have our dark academia lamp, which is very, very rusty, and it has a specimen of some sort or other in there, and some greenery to make it look like spring. I love the way this one has turned out. You can see all the way around the lantern, we got some greenery, and that is definitely dark academia with a hint of spring, with that lovely bright green inside it, but it doesn't stop it being dark, if you see what I mean. If I show you there, you can see the eyelashes worked out perfectly. Only one or two pinged off, and I don't think that looks too bad. Right, let's see what this looks like up on my display. I'm going to move those out of the way while we get started. This craft has got lots of component parts, but it's good fun. You may remember the skeleton I got from Poundland. Again, like Dollar Tree, I'm sure you'll find one in places like Dollar General, that sort of place. Hobby Lobby, possibly. Maybe a bit cheap for Hobby Lobby. And I've already used the skull, so now I want to use the ribs. Take it apart. I've got a pair of arms if I need them. And a pair of legs with feet. And now I'm going to cut off the pelvis because I only want the rib cage. As I found last time, it's no good using a big sharp scissors, you need a little one. And I'm cutting up here. Oh, it's still very stiff, so watch your fingers. Put that pelvis away. Always reminds me of Elvis when I hear pelvis. They just call him Elvis the pelvis, didn't they? Right, that off, there it is. And now I'm going to paint it a dark colour. Black is best, but if you haven't got black, use any colour. I haven't got an exact measurement for when I make my own chalk paint. I generally just get some acrylic paint, put in a bunch of, I use talc, but you can use any powder like that, cornflour, something like that, or cornstarch, I think you call it in the States. and then a little bit of water because it'll be a bit too thick. And you've got yourself, of course, you've got to mix it, and then you've got yourself some chalk paint. Sometimes, if I really can't get the paint to stick, I'll pop in a little bit of PVA glue, which really makes a sort of black gesso in this, or white gesso if you're using white. But it just gives it that extra stickability, but then it is going to be sticky afterwards with the PVA. But not always, but I do find sometimes it's got like a sticky finish to it. And you don't have to be too accurate on this, because all it is working as is a stencil against the light. There we go, that's going to do me nicely. I've now got some Rust-Oleum furniture finishing wax in white. Gosh, these tins last for ages and ages. I've used them. Put it on and rub it off. But you don't want to completely cover it. It's just to give it that sort of strange, weird, pumpkin-y look. I'm thinking, why am I getting black hands? It's because of the black paint on here. Right, I need to move that out of the way. We'll give up on that. Take a risk on my desk getting covered in wax. Oh, no. Got black paint everywhere. Never mind, we'll smudge it up. We'll put this one on the bottom so you can't see it. Look at that. On some crafting channels, the host has got beautifully manicured nails and they always look so glamorous. I usually look covered in paint and glue and glitter and whatever else sticks to me. Now I'm going to use some dark finishing wax. A little bit, this is very strong when you're putting it on. You don't want to put too much on. Because of the ruffles, you're not going to be able to rub too much back off. Because of, you know, not the ruffles, the texture. Just do down the joins. I love using this. It's so much easier than paint. It's so much more fulfilling, I find. You're not going for even coverage, you're going for rough coverage. I bet you've never seen a pumpkin with perfectly clear edging on all the colours, so you don't want to look like that. It'll look too regimented. We're trying to look a bit more natural. And then give the flat bit at the bottom a little bit of a coating. I think these are such a bargain at £1.50. When I bought them, I did originally think they were £1, but they weren't. I'm still happy with them though. And I think this effect is nicer than the paint. And then do exactly the same with the other one. So there we got our two halves of pumpkins. And I'm going to pick my favourite one. Whoops, this one I like more than this one, but this one looks more creepy darky. So I think I'll put that one on the top. Time for some power tools. Again, we've already used the sander. Not that you saw. I took that outside. Out with the drill. And then I'm going to drill a hole. Wait a minute, where's my block? Never drill without a block. And I'm just going to put a hole through there. And one there. So they match. Now below that hole there, I'm going to put in the side here another hole. Watch your fingers if you do this. I thought, well, rather than go getting a bigger drill, I'll just wiggle the drill around a little bit. And I've made a bit of a mess, but that doesn't matter. We'll hide it. Not a problem. Give my wire a twist. Bend the sticky out bit in so you don't catch your fingers on it. Now this is the bottom. You can see the hole. So the next thing I'm going to do is take some lights. I've got this string of lights here. And these, the reason I needed the hole bigger was because these are going to be threaded through the hole. So in they go. And then glue your controller just above the hole, like that. So you can get to the switch and you can also get to the battery replacement bit. Now I've got to go and dry my ribs with a hairdryer. It's not every day somebody gets to say that. There are a few little thick bits here, so I'm just going to brush those off because you're not even going to see that. And I don't want to spend another 5 minutes trying to dry those. That'll be fine. And now measuring this, I can see that this is still too long, so I'm going to take the bottom ribs off. I want this lid to virtually close. So snip those off. Remember, use a little scissors. Now get some tumbling blocks. Where would we be without tumbling blocks? They're really handy. Figure out how close to the front you want these ribs to go. Then another wood you glue. Pop it in the bottom there. You haven't got to be too accurate with this. And get your skeleton. Put some glue on the front there, where they're going to be touching the tumbling blocks. And pop them onto, oh, you can't see, can you? Sorry. There. And hold them till they're dry, which could be a while because I've used such a big wodge of glue on the tumbling blocks that it takes forever to dry. But it's worth the wait. If you're enjoying this video so far, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. And also, why not subscribe? I would love to have you join me when I'm making all these crafts. The more, the merrier. Now, just to double check, I shut my lid and yep, that's working perfectly. So the next thing to do is take some creepy hands. I got these from Temu, but I would imagine that Poundland, Dollar Store, Dollar General, those sort of places have all got these. Hobby Lobby and places like that, I would imagine, is pretty certain. Have a look at your hands, and if you were trying to climb out of something, your thumbs are going to be facing each other. So get your hands, make sure your thumbs, or the skull's hands, are facing each other. And we're going to glue these. It's very difficult because I've got this big huge lid in the way. There we go. I'm going to glue these coming out of the front here. You still can't see, can you? There. Put some glue all the way around. And pop the hand in place. No, swap hands, that's the wrong one. All that about getting the thumb in the right place, and I got it wrong. And then we'll go round onto this side and put the other one there. Some more hot glue. It's always good to check out things before you glue them closed, because I've just figured out that you can't see these lights shining through. So I'm going to wind them a little bit. And see if that helps. Now, I don't think these lights are actually strong enough. It does give a spooky glow in there. So that'll be fine. Now I'm going to add some thick rope around the edge of the pumpkin. I think the most difficult thing about working with this rope is how difficult it is to cut. It's really stiff, but other than that, it's very easy to work with. I think it's very effective. You can use thinner rope if you want to, or twine. And you've also got the option to plait some twine if you haven't got a thick rope and you don't want to spend out on a whole reel just for one project. And now do the same thing to the bottom half. Now we need to do something to the top of this. You could have a stalk on your pumpkin, so I've cut this piece of wood off. It's a bit of driftwood I found in the sea. Hot glue that into place. And then get some of this, I've got cream mixed gels here. You can use straw or anything fluffy, really. Just want that effect coming around the neck of the pumpkin. Out with your hot glue. And then put some of this around. Trim it as much as you think you need it trimmed. You can have it really overly shaggy, you can have it neat and tidy, short back and sides. I tend to put a lot on and then keep pulling it off until I'm at a point that I can live with. Sometimes I make it far too frizzy. It looks like an explosion in a hay factory. Then I'm just going to get some autumn leaves and pop these on the top too. I just think it adds a little bit more interest and gives it that high-end expensive look, which is, you know, quite unusual to think with 2 plastic bowls and a bit of old driftwood, some skeleton hands, but it can be done. And I'm going to take some of this gels here. I'm going to poke it around the gaps. Glue it onto the bottom layer with some hot glue. This is one of those crafts you shouldn't do if you've got visitors coming and you craft in your living room, because it's going to take you forever to clean up all these bits. Unless you've got visitors who are crafters and will completely understand and say, oh, I know, my house is exactly the same. And now you can see the ribs in there. So if you decide you're going to do the front as well, you won't see those ribs. You may decide to miss out the ribs completely, make this as one complete pumpkin, put lots of lights in, and then you'll just have a pumpkin light. I am going to glue a little bit of this over the fingers, I think. Give it a bit more atmosphere. Just keep fiddling around, put in mixed gels here where you think it looks good. Do it completely to your own tastes. I'm going to take this, it's a candle plinth and I painted it black. Oh, I've used this in several projects. You probably remember it from some. Pop on a ton of hot glue. And then pop your pumpkin on top. Now you may decide that you want your pumpkin just sitting on the side, or put it on a plate or anything. You put it in a basket. Just trying to check that it's central before it glues into place. And now there's one thing missing. If you know me, then I always say any excuse for a bow, and we need to put a bow on here, but I don't want to put anything fancy. I don't want anything posh. I'm just going to put a twine bow. Halfway, tie yourself a knot. Now normally a shabby bow has cut edges, but I quite like the look on that. I may leave it as it is. I'm going to leave those sticky out bits out as well and glue that into place at the front. Like that. And then I would put a spider on, but I know a lot of you have said they didn't like spiders in my video last week, so I don't want to put a spider on, so let me think what else I can put on. Aha, I've got this really spooky doll's head. Look at that. I wonder if she'll work. How she's going to sit. Yeah, we need a ton of hot glue. More under the bow as well, just to be sure. And then pop her in place. And give her a tiny little two-loop bow just to hide the join at the bottom. And we're done. Well, that was a challenge. As I said though, I'm a crafter, bring it on. It's not a problem, we can get it sorted. And we did. Right, let's see what this looks like on my display. Spooky Halloween craft, I got a few bits and pieces. I got this candlestick. I got this for 50p in the sale. It was only originally £2.50, so not a bad price really. I got this old jar which has got a lot of rust marks on it. It's what they call sick when the glass is like this. Perfect, because I want this to look a little bit creepy. And I've got this creepy doll I got from the French flea market. Isn't she scary? So I've taken her apron off, and the first thing I'm going to do is to paint over this flower, because I don't want any pretty flowers on a scary doll. Use a bit of chalk paint over it like that, and just let that dry. If it looks spludgy and awful, all the better, because this is supposed to be a creepy doll. So now get your paint and your candlestick and age it, unless you've got a perfectly aged one. And for this I'm going to do some dry brushing. I don't want to completely cover this. I want it to look a little bit aged and old and tatty. A little bit of heavy dry brushing does that. It's surprising how far paint goes when you do dry brushing. So now set that aside to dry. That won't take long at all. And now for the very difficult, fiddly and not pleasant bit of painting, because she's such a small doll and I can't take her clothes off. I can lower those, I think. There we go, that makes it a bit easier. And I'm going to leave that cross on, and I'm going to paint her as far as I possibly can purple, because she looks creepy but not creepy enough. If you've got a more expensive doll that's actually got a detachable wig, that would be so much easier. You could take the wig off, and also if the clothes came off, that would be so much easier too. Now, to protect a dress, if you're in a position like me where you can't take the clothes off your doll because they're just glued on, then pop tissue paper underneath bits that could get ruined with paint. Eee, that tickles, that tickles. I've got this little axe. I got this in a tub full of bits and pieces to go on top of cakes from a French brocante. I'm going to paint the handle black. And pop that there to dry. Hasn't got to be completely covered because this is supposed to look rather bizarre, so don't worry too much. The apron has dried nicely, so I can pop her apron back on. Lift your arms up. And now she's virtually dry, I'm going to use a bit more black and put some black in her hair. So she looks a bit more of a disaster. She looks like too neat and normal a colour hair on such a crazy looking doll. So let's paint her that way, then we can darken her scalp a little bit as well. This must be the most awkward thing I've had to paint in a long time. I'm very dedicated doing this. I could have given up and said, oh no, I'll do something else. But I've decided I'm going for it. Oh, I hope you're impressed. Oh, I'm impressing myself. I'm going to put some black lipstick on her. And my Sharpie won't go into her eyes properly. Try my Pro Marker instead. That's better. Now, I'm going to use the axe. One, to make her look more creepy, and two, to cover up the mess I made over her dress there. So I'm going to glue her hand holding the axe where it's most beneficial for hiding a mess. About there. Put her hand on there. And then some hot glue there. And bring the other hand there. Now glue her feet onto the riser. Making sure she is as straight as possible. Oops, her hands come off. Need much more hot glue than that. I think while her hair is wet, I'm going to put some of this glitter. I've got a tiny bit of glitter left. Oh yes, I like that. Take my glass, pop some hot glue on this doorknob, or drawer knob I think it is. Pop it in the centre, like that. Pop this over the top of the doll and it turns it into a specimen jar for display. This is perfect for Halloween, but also you could keep this and then put something else in there to display something for dark academia. I love that. It's so humorously scary. I think it needs a bit of finishing off on the bottom. So I'm going to use this. I've got this gorgeous lace. It dangles really nicely, and I'm going to attach that with some glue right the way around. So start at the back. You could use ribbon, you could use anything for this really. Even a little bit of black cord or rope, something like that. But I think this is going to be the perfect finish for this project. So there we go. Let's see what this looks like up on my display. Don't forget, if you're enjoying this video, then why not subscribe? Because we've got lots more videos coming and Christmas is on the way. Can you imagine the exciting videos we've got coming? I can't wait. Right, back to crafting. For this creepy Halloween craft with a bit of a high-end look to it really, I've got these shoes. They're very high, they're very glamorous. And they were in the pound shop for £1. So I thought, ooh, I can do something with those. And I got one of my placemats. This never-ending supply of placemats. This is my last one. I've been using these for ages now. And I've got this, which is just a piece of card. I got this from Hobbycraft in their little bins that they have where you can collect all packaging materials. It was hollow on the end, so I've gone around it with some masking tape. And then I'm going to cover it with some string. So let's move our shoes out of the way. Bring in my, well, it's actually a washing rope and it's nylon. I don't like working with this nylon rope, ideally. It's a little bit too springy. You can't get it to do what you want it to. But it'll do the job because I don't have any orange twine. On with your finger protector. If you like your fingers, don't worry if you don't. I'm going to snip that end off. And now we're going to cover the very edges of this in orange rope. Ideally, you want to be right flush with the edge, not hanging over on the top or the bottom of this. I get all the black paint all over me. This can be quite time consuming, but it's worth doing a good job on if you can. Still being autumn, I am finding this quite easy to work with. Last time I tried working with it was the winter. And because it was cold and this is plastic, it was really stiff and wouldn't do anything. But it's quite pliable today. And then you know the routine with anything that you're covering with twine or rope. Keep going round and around and around. And then you've got that. If you can't get hold of this thick cardboard, just get a couple of layers of cardboard. You can join together some Jenga blocks. You don't have to use this, but the reason why I'm doing it is this is going to be used as a plinth and it's a bit flexible. So I don't want any accidents happening. So I'm going to glue this to that and then turn it up that way, and then it'll be fine now for putting weight on it. It's not going to bend, which isn't a problem when it's in place. But if you're going to carry it around, it could do with a little bit more oomph. I squash these corners in before I take them because I don't want the corners pointing out, and if I'd left them you can see it's only just fitting in. Now you can, if you want to, if you're going to make these to sell, put a piece of cork or something like that on the bottom. You can get this, well, you can get a self-adhesive one, can't you, thin cork. So you could put some of that on. I suppose you could put some brown paper on, anything like that. So now we got a sort of plinth effect. I'm just going to roughly dry brush this. I don't want it solid black, but I just want to make it look more Halloweenish. If you overdo it, just rub it back off. Another thing you can do is make yourself a solid plinth from anything. You could use an oval dish if you wanted to. You could get yourself something that was big enough, say a sweet tin, a chocolate tin, use that. I'm trying to come up with the reason to use up my placemats because I really like to move on. They've been taking up that same spot for such a long time. I'm thinking that I'm better off changing that space up to have something that'll stimulate my ideas again in a different way. So now while that's drying, we're going to get the shoes. So now I've cut up a pool noodle in half and into bits and rounded the edges of some, and I'm going to push them into the shoe there and use these as floral foam. They're brilliant floral foam. The fact they're different colours don't matter because hopefully you won't see that. Since I've got some black paint on my brush anyway, I'm going to give it a little brush over just to darken it a little bit. I wouldn't normally, but I'm on a very well behaved day today. Usually if it involves paint I don't do it. I've had a bit of a painty day. And by painting it the same colour as the shoes, I haven't got to worry about going over the shoe a little bit. How anybody can walk in these shoes beats me. I would walk like a duck and then fall over and break my ankle. It's not even my age, because I know some people, they give up high heels as they get older. I've never been able to walk in them. I did try when I was younger and I didn't look good. Now I'm going to make two loop bows like this, and they're going to go on the back of the heel there. Out with some hot glue. Pop it on, and then on the other one, surprise, surprise, exactly the same. Now these are supposed to be witches' shoes. I thought the blackness looked right. The high heels looks really power witch. And I thought by adding all these little glam and glitzy bits, it will really make, it'll really make this witch look like a very glamorous witch. No, that's still not dry, in case you were wondering. Right, now I've got these little glass beads. And to finish off the bows, I'm just going to put a bit of hot glue on the bead. It would probably actually be easier to put the hot glue onto the bow. And I've stuck my finger in the paint again. Oh well, I'm not going to clean it off until I stuck this one on. Let's try sticking the glue on the bow and holding the heel. And that would probably be a much neater job. There we go. If ever you're wondering, is this one of Caroline's videos? You can always tell because I'll be covered in paint. So now I put the shoes in position. There's hardly any paint left on this, all on me. I'm going to decide where I want that to go, which is about, I've got lace on my glue gun now, about there. Melt into it with my glue gun. Poke it in there. And decide then if I like the setup. Yep, I like that positioning. So now, out with the glue gun, another glue stick. I'm going to glue these shoes into place using a ton of hot glue. I'm going to put these aside to dry now so I don't get any more paint on me, in theory. Next thing I'm going to do is take a Star Wars bauble. I know, why Star Wars? It doesn't have to be Star Wars. I had these from Poundland years ago. I would imagine that you could have got them at the time and possibly still now in places like Dollar General, Dollar Store, Hobby Lobby, that sort of thing. So you take the end off your bauble. Don't forget to keep it. These are brilliant for Christmas. We'll be using those. Get yourself a piece of old pick that you've cut off. So I'm going to pop my bauble on top of the pick with a little bit of hot glue on it. Out with some Mod Podge. You can use PVA glue for this or white school glue. Most glues will work. The reason I've used black glue is I don't want any of the colour showing through with the black glitter that I'm using. And if I used a different colour, I think there would possibly be gaps and then you'd think, oh, that's a bit messy. So I think this is the best way to do it. If you haven't got black baubles and you want to be careful, then you can always paint them black first. And I've got some black glitter. And I got my from one to the other, or from me to U-tubs. Then I sprinkle some glitter all over, turn it over, back the other way, sprinkle that side. I find this is the best way of doing it because you haven't got to keep clearing it up to put in a container to use again. If you're doing it all on the same day, you can do it like that. And then you just got to try and find somewhere to put the last bits of glitter. It is surprising how far it goes because I didn't know whether I was going to have enough and I got plenty. But I've never used black glitter before and I've had this little tiny pot there for ages and never used it because it wasn't enough to do anything really major with anyway. But I love the way they come out. I'm going to use these beads and I got another bit of skewer. It's about 6 inches long and I snapped it off rather than cut it cleanly because I find it easier to poke in sometimes when they've got a rough end. Stick an orange bead on the top and then a little blob of hot glue there on your finger protector and just smooth it off. Turn to the other end and then alternate black and orange. Put a little bit of glue occasionally if you want to, just to make sure it's a bit secure. And then before you put the last one on, a little bit of glue either side, push it into place. And you might need your finger protector to clean off any excess glue. There we go. That's a lovely little beaded pick. Got one more thing to do on this desk before we move into the other room. I've got this pick. It had 5 flowers on. These were brown, so I painted them black. And then I've cut the other 4 off because I don't want anything this big to fit on my flower display. It would look rather silly, wouldn't it? There we go. That's all finished with. And this is very nice, but it's just missing something. So, out with the black paint. Get some black paint on your brush and flick some black onto the edges of your orange flower. Sounds like a crazy idea, but it really makes a huge difference in this display because they were looking a bit too cheerful, a little bit too, ooh, it's like a field in the middle of summer. But now they look more spookily Halloween. And here are the others I've done too. And I think they look so much better with that bit of black on them. Not a lot, I don't want to overwhelm them. I want you to see that they are orange, but I like that bit of black. So now let's go into the other room where I can show you a better angle for doing a floral display. Show you just how this comes together and how spookily glam witch it looks. So this is how far we've got on my other desk, but now we need some space and you need to be able to see what I'm doing with this. Not lying down but standing up. You can see the base there. It looks a bit odd in orange at the moment, but we're going to add some orange and then it'll be fine. It'll blend in nicely and you're hardly going to see it anyway. Right, let's get started. I'm a bit headless now. Ooh, that's the only way you can see what I'm doing on my desk. Right, I've put this on my turntable. It just makes things easier when you're doing some flower decorating. And we're going to start by putting a few bits and pieces into the foam. Turn that around, you can see the foam. Got some nice black flyaways. My orange flowers. Some black and silver foliage. My beaded skewers. Bring my clippers over. It's always good to have everything handy, otherwise you'll spend ages running around trying to find everything. Oops, I almost forgot my glitter lollipops and a couple of feathers. So I'm going to start by making a basis for the whole arrangement. And for that I'm going to use this bit of foliage. Before I do any more, I'm going to take it all off the picks because otherwise you end up having to stop every couple of minutes to take picks apart, so best to get them all done in one go. So I'm going to have similarity on both shoes, but they haven't got to be identical. So I'll make a start by doing the same basis on both. You can see here just how easy it is to poke these things into pool noodle. Just like florist foam. And a lot cheaper if you can pick them up second hand. I don't have a lot of these black foliage, but I think that'll be enough because we've got a lot more to add yet. Now I'm going to come in with our spooky flowers. I think these are going to be too long, so I'll chop them down a bit. Again, chopping them all at one time. Just to save on time. I've got 5 of these, which is an odd number. I like to decorate with odd numbers, but that's going to be more technical with 2 shoes. I'm not quite sure where I'm going with this. Go on the adventure together. Oh, I am loving this already. I think the addition of black paint on these has really changed how they look, the effect. I don't want to put too much here because I want to keep the idea of the shoe stood on the other shoe as obvious as I can. So put that one there, and then turning this around, I think this one can come in about there. Have a look all around, make sure you're happy with that layout before you do anything else. I'm happy, so let's move on. So I'm going to go for these first, my skewers. I have one coming out of the back of each shoe. The advantage with skewers, if you find that's too long, then you can just snap it off. You don't even need to cut it with a special cutty thing. Now it's time for our lollipops. They're not actually lollipops, as I'm sure you'll know, but just in case you are watching with your grandchildren and they see these that you've made and say, "Ooh, Granny's made lollipops, or Grandpa's made lollipops." They're not. You can't eat them. I'll put one there. Sorry if this is difficult to see what I'm doing. I just need to be able to turn it around so I can see where I'm putting them. It looks completely different looking at it in the camera opposite me. Can't really see what I'm up to. So I've got 2 in this shoe. Let's pop 2 in this shoe. So I've got 1 at the top, so we put this one near the bottom. And we've got this one coming out this way, so we'll put this going in the other way and upwards. I've got some feathers and I thought these would be a bit of fun too. I'm just going to pop these in where I think they look good. There's one thing I love about flower arranging. There are basic rules, like try to make things either completely asymmetrical, more on one side than the other, or to try to make them very symmetrical. So if you put something at the top, you put something at the bottom, and if you put something on the right, you put something on the left. But other than that, you can pretty much do what you like, and if you don't want to do that, you haven't got to. You do what you think looks lovely, and we all have our own opinions. And this is a bit of everything at the moment. There's some asymmetrical bits, some symmetrical bits, but I love it. Having a look at this side, we've got too many at the top there, so I'm going to take out, which one should I take out? Take out this one, and I'm going to move this one into the bottom of this shoe. I've got some floofy bits. I love floofy bits, and I think they really finish off your flower arrangement. If you're doing this and you think, why won't these stick into my foam? It's probably because you've got a leaf or a petal over the top of where it needs to go, and then you can't break through the actual fabric of the flower. So just make sure that there's nothing in the way, otherwise you'll get really frustrated. So just check that out. You don't want to get yourself frustrated for nothing. I've had to shorten these. When they were full length, they had a lovely droop to them, but they were just far too long for this. They were out here, they would look really silly. So I've had to shorten them, so I'm not quite getting the same effect as I like to have. I love my floofy bits to come out and over. In here I can see some foam if you look really carefully, so I'm going to put the piece in there, just as a filler, to fill out the inside there. And let's have a look if we got any other pieces where you can see. Yes, I can see some in here too, so I'm going to pop a piece in there as a filler. So what do you think of that for a super crazy Halloween creepy pair of shoes? I think it's wonderful. I think it's exciting. It's got movement. The thing is, if you just put a few little flowers in and all the same length and all the same texture and design, it looks a bit static. And as many different textures and shades if you want, like with this. It's all blacks and oranges, but there's something different. We've got glittery bits, lacy bits, fluffy bits, black with silver on. We've got the black on the orange. Like this, it all comes together in the theme, but has such a lot of movement, life and vibrancy. Right, let's see what this looks like up on my display. For this craft, I'm going to use a book, and I'm going to take this skeleton that I got from Poundland, which is like Dollar Tree or Dollar General, that sort of thing, and I'm going to take it apart. It's actually 4 foot long. It glows in the dark too. For £1, I'm quite pleased with this. I'm going to get lots of bits and pieces off it. So I'm going to see how easy this neck comes off. Oh, pretty easily. And now I want to cut these off. Could be a challenge. Ah, there we go. A little scissors is better than a big one. Now I'm going to glue this face or this skull to the front of my book. Using a bit of hot glue. You don't have to worry about being too neat and tidy with this. Ow! Burnt myself again. There we go. Simple as that. And we've now got the skull on the front of the book. But now on the edge here, I'm going to put some letters. Now, I know it's already got some writing on, but that's going to disappear. I've got these completely unsuitably coloured letters, but that's not a problem either. Keep watching. If you've got a curvy spine like mine on your book, then you're probably going to need a little bit of extra glue to hold these wooden pieces in place, because they want to stay straight and they won't curve. But once the glue cools, they'll be fine. They'll stay put for you. Now, the observant among you will notice that the one L is slightly different to the other. Well, it's completely different colour-wise, but this is a bit narrower than this, and that's because I didn't have another L. So I got an F, took the middle bit out, sanded it down, and turned it into an L. Then when you finish, turn the book onto the side, and then if you've got any gaps, fill them up with a bit of hot glue, and then smooth them off. I'm just neaten it up a little bit. Not essential, but this does look a bit neater. Now open your book up, take the middle section and ink it in whatever colour you like. You can do this in black if you want to, but I think it'll be too much black, so I'm going to do mine in brown, and make sure you give it a good going over. I want this to look old and worn out and dusty and awful from years and years of being stuck in a dungeon. Back out with my palette, and now I'm going to use a lot of black, and I'm going to go over the top of all these bits and pieces, and this is probably going to take a couple of coats, I would imagine, because this plastic is quite shiny. Oh, it's actually doing very well. Oh, that's not too bad. And I'm also going to do the book as well, just on the top. I'm not going to do the edges. I think it'll fit in a lot nicer and look like it's all integral part of the book. And then turn the book up on end and paint right over everything on the edges. And then if you want to, you can paint the back. If it's going to be left down flat on a surface and you don't really want to paint the black, you haven't got to, but it would look better if you did. I've got little bits of hot glue everywhere on this, but I actually think it's looking quite good. I think it makes it look a little bit more gunky and grungy and horrible. Be sure to check every angle, because when these are sticking out letters, you will get bits of paint showing through if they're not the colour you want them to be. Because the last craft I did was purple and black, I could come over and use a purple acrylic paint to do a dry brush job on this, but I don't want to. I'm going to do something a little more magical. So I've got gold and silver metallic gilding polish. And I'd like to use the silver, but I'm probably going to use the gold because I've got these. They're lovely book corners. I got these from Temu. I think they're going to add such a lovely effect. So let's see what they look like glued onto the book. Oh, yes. Just do some highlights. You haven't got to do it all. You can do it all if you want to. But I think it looks better just done as highlights. And I'm just going to do some odd little marks here and there. And now for the end. Same again. Only this time I'm going to be putting a lot more on the word spells because I'd like that to really stand out. This makes the letters look like they're quite metallic. You'd never guess they were brightly coloured wood ones, would you? And then if you want to, ink the edges as well. I quite like the idea of inking the edges. And look at that, you've got yourself a lovely old looking spell book. And you can put a lot more gold on, it will stand out more, but I think it needs to look a little bit subdued because it's for Halloween and it's a bit creepy. And you've got your spells on the side. Right, let's see what this looks like up on my display.
If you're enjoying this video, why not subscribe? Because Caroline's got some great crafts coming up and you really enjoy them. I recommend them, and I'm a talking skull.
For this craft I'm using this pound shop or Dollar Tree, what is that, scorpion skeleton, lobster skeleton, it's a skeleton of something. And I'm going to use this, it cost me £1. And I'm going to use this frame that I got from the charity shop, 2 for 50p. I didn't realise when I bought this one that the edge was damaged, but that doesn't matter because the tattier the better for Halloween. Well, this is a very fussy one to take apart. I've got to undo screws to get the back of this. I want to remove the glass. Pop that back into position. Turn it around and draw inside. This way I can minimise the amount of my burlap I use because it's pointless coming all the way to the edge. If anything, it'll just get in the way of the screws. Hot glue it into place, but if you're going to use hot glue with burlap, always put a finger protector on because it comes straight through the burlap and will burn your finger. I'm going to take a black ink pad and run over the top of the burlap. I want it to have a black look, but I don't have any black burlap, and I think this looks nicer anyway when you've got all the unevenness of it. There we go, that's looking good. It's probably a good idea to paint your frame first because that way then you'll save yourself a lot of drying time. And with a fairly dry brush, I want you to be able to see all the relief on it. I'm not going for the solid black. I want it to look a little bit sort of haunted housey wood look effect. Look at the difference on that to that. Put too much on there and show you, don't worry if you put too much on, wipe it back off. So now work paint all the way around the frame and it'll show off the shape of your frame and all the different decorations on it. And any places where you think it's a bit thick, give it a wipe and then lightly come back over it again. I'll set that aside to dry and I'm going to take my skeleton here that I got and take off the hair. We don't want the hair. or the glue. Cut out the hanger. Now I want to remove the clothes, which isn't difficult because he doesn't actually have a body. Look at that. I'm not sure how I'm going to take that off there. I think it's just glued on. Just give it a pull. I could regret this. Oh, there we go. It was attached by this big metal loop. Well, I did start gluing these together and decided, no, I'm going to paint them first and then glue them later. So I'm going to use some of this, look at that, ivory. I'm just going to do a bit of dry brushing over the both because you can see the colour isn't quite right on them. So just a bit of dry brushing. Try to make them look more like old bones. And normally I put a couple of different coats on of this, different colours. And that way then, it would make it look like they were old. But there's so much colour coming through from underneath this, I may not need to. And then the same over the skull. Oh, wide. Okay. Then I'm going to get a tiny bit of this raw sienna. Do a little bit of dry brushing over it. And I'm going to go back in with a bit of ivory over the top. And I'm going to come over with the bits that I think are maybe too dark with a wet wipe. And that is really looking like an aged skull now. There. Just take some bits off this one. Oh, he's still alive. Out with my frame and then put it back on. And because this is such a nuisance of a frame, I've got to screw the screws back in. Oh, that's definitely starting to look very Halloweenish. Now to assemble my creepy creature. So check the size and the positioning of him. I think that looks good. So I need to glue his body that bit there touches. And then pop him into place. Then out with the glue and glue the head into position as well. Now I'm going to attach this little specimen label. This thinks it adds a little bit of interest. I'll put some brown and some black. Glue it into place. Look at this, I've got a pile of spiders here. Keep finding spiders everywhere. Oh, I've just noticed I put the card in the wrong way, so there's a little bit of a gap up here from the burlap. But it doesn't matter because it's just supposed to be a very old thing anyway, so I think that'll be fine. Oh, look at that! The spider's following me! Ooh. Glue strings. So let's see what this looks like up on my display. For this spooky Halloween craft, I'm going to use this, which is like one of those pretending dress forms you can hang your jewellery on. I got this for £1 in the thrift store or charity shop. It was a bit tatty and messy, but that doesn't matter because if you're going to do something for Halloween, the tattier and messier, the better. So I've got a few things I want to fix. I want to put this back on there because you can see the little bit of lace has come off. Simple enough fix, a little bit of hot glue. Push it back into place. It doesn't matter if it's not perfect. If you get something like this, as long as you get it basically the way it should look, you'll be fine. So now I'm going to take this top hanger off. I thought it may pull out, but as it is, it screws in, which makes life a lot easier for me. She's got this necklace on, so I'm hoping that will unscrew as well, and I don't have to paint over the top of it. Yep, that's coming away nicely. This is PBO number 47, Dark Cobalt Violet Hue. Now I'm going to take my brush and I'm going to paint this. Now I would, in the ideal world, take the arms off, but they're glued in, so that's not going to happen. And then take your time Enjoy the moment and paint right over the dress. I find it's always better to use a stiffer brush to do this. If you use a soft floppy one, it doesn't work so well if you're going over something that you wouldn't normally go over. I want to paint these little bits as well, so this could get very messy. Yep, that got very messy. But just wipe it off. These dress foam jewellery holders were really expensive when they first came out. But nowadays you can pick them up in thrift stores or charity shops very reasonably. I tend to wait until I can find one for £1 because I'm only going to alter them anyway, so I don't want to spend a fortune on them. And I'm usually getting one that's got a bit of damage at £1, but I don't mind because I'm going to destroy it in some way anyway while I convert it into what I want it to look like. Now I finished it, I'm going to put it to the side to dry, and I've got this pumpkin. I had this sent to me by a viewer and it hasn't got a stalk in, but that doesn't matter because it's perfect for the design on this. It's green. Now green is completely the wrong colour, but that doesn't matter because out with the purple paint again, and I'm going to paint all over it. I don't got to worry if I go over the rope. Time to put my pumpkin on a stick, otherwise I'm going to get completely covered in purple. So there's my purple pumpkin. Now if you get this sort of thing going on where you can still see the colour and you think, I'm not brushing away and it's still the same colour, I can't actually change the colour of the pumpkin. If it's because it's velvet, then you've got to brush both ways with your brush, so you cover both sides of the little fibres that make up the velvet, which makes it very time consuming, but will look much better if you take that bit of extra time over it. I don't mind this one being a bit blotchy because it's Halloween. You can get away with murder at Halloween, which is great for my painting skills. Get some black paint, which is PBO Mars Black. And now I want to do some dry brushing, so you want to spread out the paint on your palette because you don't want this coming out really thick and covering everything. I'm going to get my lady back, Weekend Spacer, and then she isn't even dry, but that doesn't matter because I'm just doing some of this, double check, yep, just some light dry brushing over the top. So you can still see most of the purple coming through the colour, but it just takes the starkness of the purple away and gives it a more sinister look. And I think if you go for Halloween, it's good to have a sinister look. And you can see there, it is looking really good, and I love the way the sequins are showing through. At first I was like, oh, you can see the sequins, and I thought, wait a minute, this is making a really nice effect. You can do as much or as little of this as you like. It depends what taste you have. I think I'm going to stick with that. I think that's perfect for the way I like things. And now my pumpkin here still isn't dry, but it doesn't matter. I'm going over it anyway. I'm just coming around and roughly doing this. Again, you're really not going to worry about being too perfect. The scruffier, the scarier. That's what I like to think anyway. When you come right the way around once, then come around again and just, this time you want to get your black into your indentations where the string is. Or if you've got a pumpkin that's just got indentations, just go in the indentations and little bits of blobs everywhere else. There we go, one head done. At this point, you really should let all this dry. I'm not going to because I need to get on with this craft. So we're just going to go for it, and I'm going to get very messy fingers. Take your pumpkin. Pop some hot glue on the top of your neck. Not on the top of your neck, on the top of your model's neck. It'll hurt if you put it on the top of your neck. Poke that into place. Hold it there until it starts to cool. I've cut about 20 inches of black lace, and I'm going to put that towards the back of the head. And pop the lace over the top there, where this little pokey thing is going to go in. And give it a good push. And I made a little 2-loop bow, and I'm going to glue this to the back of the dress just to give it a little bit more interest. Right, I'm not going to pick this up to show you because I'm already pretty covered in paint, but let's go see what this looks like on my display. this is another one of those crafts that is really quick and easy, so quick that you might miss it if you blink. I've got this candle, it's one of these battery ones. You can see there's like a purpley mysterious glow in it. I got some lace. So first thing I'm going to do is glue some of this lace to the candle. Now if I turn the candle on, you can see there's like a line here. I want to leave as much light as possible above the line. So measure around, I need to cut about there. And you can use lace, ribbon, you can use some paper if you've got a suitable paper. Now this is going to be a first for me because I've never glued to one of these wax candles. I coated it in wax to make it more realistic, but I think that might make it a bit more troublesome. Can you glue to wax with hot glue? We'll find out. Oh, there's the answer. Yes, you can. Just going to add some of these cheap spiders to the top. They're nothing special, but they look very effective when they're on the candle. Because I did think if these wouldn't glue on, then I could always melt some of the wax with the nose or the nozzle of my glue gun. Use that then to glue these into the hot wax, and as it's set, it would cling on to them. And find some really interesting positions for your spiders. You can stick as many or as few as you like on. Turn it on. And this is a really nice little prop to go along with your Halloween display. It's not very technical, it's quite a basic thing, but it will just add a little bit of interest. I think I need another spider. These are the ones I got with the web. It was 99p for a web and 8 spiders. I'll put that one there, I think, with his legs sticking up over the top. And that is so easy to do, and I think such fun. Right, let's see what this looks like up on the display. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. I thoroughly enjoyed making them. As you can see, I'm covered in paint. I've now got to go wash my hands and clear up the mess around me. Look, I've even got some on my desktop. Paint everywhere, bits and pieces everywhere, but oh, it was worth every minute of it. Which one was your favourite? Let me know in the comments below. Right, I'll see you all next time, but until then, don't forget, happy crafting and have fun. Bye!
Bye.